bantulu kulu wanikela ngendodana. Haleluya siya bonga. Namhla Nkosi siyamangala. Uma sibheka emuva ukuba wena wawungenathi ngabe safele endleleni. A very good morning, the President, Deputy President, the President in the absentia, Secretary General, NOB, NEC, and the entire MENCO members. Official greeting this morning, Sanbonani. Our Sanbonani, yeah, I want people to be live. Today, I will request Reverend Uzwide to lead us with prayer. Amen. As we are welcoming him, let me just remind you, Babu Hatebe yesterday introduced the incwadi yakhe. And let me remind you, ukuthi sithengeni. Mina ke ngifundile last night, ngangayiqeda kodwa is very, very powerful. We fundile nansi. It's very, 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 very powerful. Ongakayithengi, please buy this book. You will be blessed. Babu's it's 50 rand. You can even buy for your family as well. You will be blessed. Babu's please, ngicela phambili. Ake sibambe umhlabelelo. Ukavami malu. Ukavami malu. Ukavami under your shelter. Ukavamika, ukavamika, under your shelter. Ask your neighbor why you are not singing and moving. Oh, cover me. Oh, cover me. Oh, cover me. Under your shelter.
Anginibingelele namhlanje kuseni bodadewethu nabafowethu embonini. Sanibonani. Masimbonge uNkulunkulu namhlanje kuseni ukuba usibusisile ukuba sivuke njengoba sivukile namhlanje bekungesiyo intando yethu noma bekungasikho ukuqonda kwethu. Abanye bethu abavukanga. Angithi kunjalo bafowethu. Nabo bebethanda ukuvuka. Kodwa kufanele njalo ekseni masivuka simbonge uNkulunkulu ukuba thina usasinikile ithuba njengoba umphefumulo usahlangene nani nenyama. Asizogobisa amakhanda sonke sikhuleke babothwe ngcwele ungise inkosi Jesu Kristu namanje ekseni inkosi yamakhosi nasisizwe sakho esiqhamuka emagumbini amanye omhlaba ukuba inkosi yamakhosi sizobungaza lolu suku olukhulu lwe-AGM inkosi yamakhosi. First of its kind, first ever since 2001. Sakubonga uNkulunkulu wethu ukuthi emva kweminyaka emide kangaka besikade singakwazi lokhu singakhona ukufinyelela ukuba sikwenze. Simbonga uNkulunkulu ukuba size sifinyelele inkosi yamakhosi senze njengabanye. uNkulunkulu ongcwele njengoba sibonga namhlanje sikhulekela nabantwana bethu abasemakhaya sibashiye emakhaya inkosi yamakhosi. Sikhulekele nomsebenzi wethu wenyama lona owasipha wona umsebenzi wezandla. Siyabonga uNkulunkulu wethu sisaqala namhlanje umhlangano ekuseni ukuba usihole uhambe nathi kuze kube sekugcineni konke kuhambe kahle usiphe ukuhlakanipha Nkosi yamakhosi owakunikeza inkosi uSolomon lapho abanye abaningi bethu babekade befisa umcebo befisa izinto ezinkulu kodwa uSolomon inkosi Solomon yacela okukodwa ngoba kwakuyikho okuhamba phambili okuningi kuzolandela. Nkosi yamakhosi siyalibonga lolu suku sicela usiphe ukuhlakanipha nokubekezelelana. Nkosi yamakhosi usinikeze nokuthobeka umhlangano wethu uhambe kahle ngayo inkosi yethu Jesu Kristu emagameni amathathu kulayisene nendodana nikamoya oyingcwele manje zemaphakade amen.
Siyabonga baba mfundisi with those powerful words. Yabona now chairman yabona Linda sisabulela umthandazo umkhuleko. We are still in the spirit.
Don't fear me, man. Don't fear me, SG. Yeah, no. I'm emphasizing on order. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now, my humble request, SG. We always have prayers. NgesiZulu, nangesizulu. So there are people behind me who doesn't understand a word of isiZulu. So next time, just write it down. Next time, you must have a prayer in Afrikaans or in Sesotho, because I've got a deacon of the Methodist Church here next to me as the secretary of the province, and he can only pray in Sesotho. So there are those who will benefit from his prayers, and those who will benefit from a prayer in Afrikaans. Agiri basta. Yes. Yes. You see?
Thank you so much, Ntate Mthimkhulu. That was my chairman. Can we give him a round of applause, please? That's my chairman. You know, when he raises his hand, I'm already shaking. I'm not sure whether I will be welcomed back into the province or not. But yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mfundisi Uzwide. So, Otato chairman interrupted the sabong Mfundisi Uzwide. We are really grateful, and we believe God is with us. He has been with us up to now. We say Ebenezer, and we know He will never leave nor forsake us. He continues to be with us, and we will overcome all these hurdles. Will be overcome. Nothing is impossible unto Him. Everything is possible. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once more. Yes, it's indeed a privilege and an honor that we were able to sleep, and I hope you slept well. And you look very good in these t-shirts. I think we should come to a particular point, President, where we all take off our jackets. It should just be white here, so that the photos can really tell the story that there was a time, once upon a time, in Birchwood, there was an inaugural AGM of the national office. And yeah, so I'll take my jacket. They say I must lead by example by taking off my jacket. No, I had to honor the pulpit. I wanted to take it off before prayer, but I wanted to honor the pulpit. You know, respect. My teacher taught me to respect the word respect. So it's very important. But now, yes, we are free. Thank you so much. You are all welcomed. We are on our third day, and according to the program, we have to conclude everything today. We have to conclude everything today. So if we can, you can turn with me on page 9. of our booklets. That's where we get our program for the day, page 9, so that we are all on the same page as to what is going to transpire here today. We've had the registration, it has been done. Opening prayer, Ubabu Mfundi Suzwide did it for us. Then we'll get the purpose of the day. And thereafter, we'll have commission summaries. Messages of support will also come from various partners. Then messages of support will continue after the tea break. And then close and announcements. But we must not forget that there are items that we left behind during the past 2 days. Day 1, the president said to, instead of taking resolutions and putting resolutions down on day 1, we must have the resolutions today. So we will have the resolutions of the AGM, but also we should not forget that yesterday we could not totally complete the program. We broke 4 commissions and we had to come back to plenary to report as to what our commissions have found and their views, their opinions, so that we can have a way forward. So we could not have our commissions views being presented here. So we are going to have those commissions presenting. We start with what we left out, and then the continuation of the program will happen. So this is the time then that we carry on. Before I call upon those who are responsible, Ntate Khayer, Ntate Ramulise, and Me Mazolo, to take over, let me do the formalities as per usual. I think this should be noted that we have to do these formalities every day. We want to make sure that we still correct, because if we don't correct, we cannot take resolutions, or else those resolutions will be invalid. So we want to make sure that we are all represented, we are all here, and then we can work. I would like the delegates from Free State to rise, please. Free State. And Tatesia Kamela, you know what you should do. Thank you. I've got 4 or 5. Oh, men are like cameramen who Cyril, sorry. We've got 5 from Free State, Gauteng province, the hosting province. We have no one from Gauteng. Fred is light in complexion, so you cannot miss him. You rather miss the others. 5. Thank you so much. Limpopo. We've got 5. Thank you. Mpumalanga or Mampumalanga. Ma. Okay, it's 5. Thank you. Thank you. And Northern Cape, Noord Kaap asseblief. Noord Kaap. Ek sien 4 mense daar. 4. Baie dankie. Northwest. Northwest, I see 4. 4, thank you. Die Wes-Kaap. Die Wes-Kaap. Wes-Kaap, daar's niemand van Wes-Kaap af nie. Wes-Kaap provinsie. Meneer Sayers, ek praat jou taal, maar jy kan nie hoor wat ek sê nie. Oh, 245, thank you. Santaco whip in the house. We've got 2. cross-border delegates. We've got two. We've got two. Thank you so much. We really appreciate. We are 100% represented. Therefore, there's no section of our constituency that will be missing the information. We are all going to report back so that our members are up to date with the information. Thank you so much. We needed to do those formalities. Seen business partners in our midst, and you are very much welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate your presence. We just continue with our program. The purpose, I've already touched on the purpose as to what are we here for. We are here to conclude the AGM, and the deliberations must conclude today of us being here. So, as I've already indicated, we'll start by catching up from what we could not do yesterday. That is now the commissions must come and present, and they will be led, as said, by Ntate Khayer. Ntate Ramdise will assist me, Nobuhle Mazolo. They will lead us in that regard. They will lead us when the commissions are presenting, and also when they give summaries. Then they will give summaries when needed so that everything is summarized. Then thereafter we'll have our messages supported by our various partners that are here. We'll have tea break, and then the messages of support will continue. And then before closing an announcement, as I said, we will be having resolutions so that the resolutions are loud and clear. We'll take resolutions from this annual general meeting so that we can go and implement, because resolutions are taken to be implemented. Thank you so much. So without any waste of time, Meneer Khayer kan u na vore toe kom asseblief and lead us. Oh, Mema, I did not see you. You are hiding at the back. You know the backbenchers. You can never trust the backbenchers. So you were down there. I thought you were nowhere. Thank you so much. Tate Khayer, ek dink nou jy het bietjie krag gesê na by jou is. Dankie.
Good morning, Second Deputy President Sebanuni. Good morning, NOB, and good morning, Menko, as well as our esteemed guests and business partners. My task is simple. It's just to get the commissions to come back and to give us feedback on their deliberations and about their discussions. And then we will then capture all that discussions into proposals that we're gonna, Ms. Mazolo's gonna compile for us, and then we're gonna look at the resolutions towards that. So, before anything else from you, all right. So we can proceed to the first commission, which was the commission on leadership and unity, and our second deputy president was leading that commission. I don't know if you are coming yourself or if was there someone in your group that was proposed to come do the presentation. Mr. Mvubu will, on behalf of that commission, come forward and do the presentation. Is Mr. Mvubu here? Okay. Yeah.
Are they presenting? Yes.
Can I put that laptop here for you, or can I put this one here?
This is the only one, but I think the other one is just written. Good morning. Good morning, presidents. Good morning, Menko. So our request is that we've only received two feedbacks from the commission. I think it's commission 1 and 4. If commission 2 and 3, you put it on a presentation, please can we have it so we can queue it? If you don't have a presentation, that's also okay, so that we can move faster. Thank you. Bavubu? Okay. I'll send it to you.
So, yeah, I'll hand over to Vubu to go forward with the presentation of his commission.
A very good morning, President Sabingelela. Okay. No, my surname is wrong. It's Mvubu. We'll remove M. Then we can proceed. Our commission was speaking of.
Can I just stop? There was a hand now. I don't know if it's a correction. Okay, I'll take your hand. While we're waiting, can we remove the M from Mr. Vubu?
That's right. That's right.
Thobela. Thobela.
Morning.
Ke a leboga. E re ke correct something e buletse go ke ntate Mthimkhulu. Before ke tsena go polelo ya ka. Le lengwe la matšatši ge re bapala music. A re bapaleng le mpogo pela. A ke re le rena re masione. Re kgone go bina mpogo wa rena. Re ska no bina re koša tsa lena always. And wa tseba re before rena re opela re bina sedi la ditšhaba. Right, e re ke kene go point ya ka ke. Before the commission re the reporter. Ke na le question. Especially go TG le SG. Ene se se nkgatlha go G o gona ka go fela ga bona. Re go conference ya 4 days. Ga re tsena mo mejako re a signa every day. My question ke gore sitting allowance ya rena re le Menko is 4 days or 1 day na before re reporta. Re tlogetse mmereko wa rena ko gae re tla conferenceng ya Santaco re gopela go tseba gore na sitting allowance ya rena e tsamaya jang pele re reporta. Ke a leboga.
I will pass that to the TG.
As you have raised, I will try my best level to do that. Thank you. Okay, you said phone, eh? But my chair, you are aware that we are doing the attendance register every day. Eh? Those were attended 2 days, 3 days. don't be surprised if one of them complain to you to say, I've only been paid 2 days or 3 days. It's because he was in for 2 days. But those who had been in will be paid for 4 days. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Now it's fine.
Yeah. Now we got it on record that it's 4 days. For those that were here 4 days, and for those who weren't here 4 days, you will get what you deserve. I think with that, there's so much more energy here. So I think we can complete this next session with vigor and a lot of energy. So, Mvubu?
Thank you. No, Nami Chief, I'm from Zion. That's my church. That's my church. The first commission was dealing with unity and leadership. The inclusion of taxi modes, which is the scholar transport, meter taxi, cross-border, and also women desk. Women in Santaco. My apologies. Apologies. One, we need to ensure that all structures are represented from the structure of Santaco instead of the national representation only. Because you'll find that in some areas, these modes are not included in the structures. We all need to ensure that in each structure there's a seat, not a set. There is a seat set aside or reserved for each structure which is not contested, or we need to amend the constitution of each association to reflect the change. The engagement was maybe if we all fall under one association. Looking at the Lekota resolution that says one town, one association. So the engagement was, if we talk of one town, one association, why can't we have an association, for an example, in Bloemfontein, if there's one association, that association must have meter taxi inside, must have cross-border, must have minibus and scholar. So those were the engagement or the proposals that were made yesterday. And we need to ensure that the constitution of each structure aligns to the Santaco constitution, and the Santaco constitution should accommodate the operations of the structures. Some of the engagements were, our operations are not the same, and they can never be the same. And it is pivotal that whenever we arrange our structures, we arrange them according to understanding our operations, that they are completely different. We even spoke of, if you speak of meter taxi, we can't survive without marketing. So for sure, you'll find that in our structure, we do need someone who will be leading or focusing on marketing. So it is a matter of having an understanding of our operations. These structures are not being disbanded, but they are being aligned to the broader organization. So some of the engagements were, currently meter taxi have an existing structure. Cross-border have an existing structure. So the discussions were, if aligning ourselves with the Santaco constitution, then those structures that we had must come into the Santaco structures in line with the Santaco constitution. Okay. Oh, all right. All right. We need to also we need to do the amendments to include the local association, which is provincial MENCO on reporting structure or the national AGM, so as to ensure that proper. Yeah, no, Liang did. No, angengifundishe nangeZulu. Yeah, did. Then currently NEC and MENCO are the same structures, which means we are basically reporting to ourselves and information does not reach the relevant people on the ground. The AGM must follow the same procedure and protocol as elective conference. Oh, what we were discussing was when we are going for AGM, the delegation must be similar to the delegation of the elective conference. National AGM to invite all the provincial PECs, PEC members, and all the proportional representation. It is what I was saying on the above. Elections, the current system, each province sending a delegate candidate to represent at national, which is the current system. Eligibility will be decided. Oh, when we were discussing this one, that is why we're also discussing Uguti. Even the other modes must send their delegation. But the discussions were around the positions. Uguti, will the other modes be voted into positions or they will be representing their modes at the NOP? Let me repeat this one. The engagement was, if I come to NOB, my position will be specifically for meter taxi, not that I can become the secretary and making it well example. So those were the discussions. Eligibility will be decided by the provinces and all candidates must be allowed to be in all provinces for delegates to make informed voting. So the discussion was based on if we will be nominated to a position, that means even us, we can lobby in provinces. So that was the discussion. The existing positions in the NOP should be expanded. Currently, NOP is having 9 positions. So those positions need to be expanded to 13 to accommodate the other modes and the women in Santaco. To avoid co-option, with the people that will sit in the NOP being co-opted, not elected. Voting must be in a form of secret ballot. This one is in bold. Voting must be in a form of secret ballot, nothing else. Structures and meetings. No amendments to the hierarchy structures and their roles in terms of decision making, where you find that the NEC takes decisions and the mayor take decisions. But we need to ensure that the constitution is properly followed, because you'll find that some of the challenges that we're having, the NEC need to be taking a decision on something else and the NEC is not taking the decision. And you'll find MENCO keeping quiet in terms of enforcing. So as much as we are having the constitution, but some of the challenges that we are facing is the constitution is not followed. So that is why we are saying the hierarchy of structures in terms of taking decisions must remain the same, but it's a matter of making sure that structures, they do their work in terms of taking decisions. Meetings and roles outlined in the constitution must be followed as is. The NEC must meet and discuss all reports and contribute before they are reported to the MENCO or to the AGM. Meaning, before this MENCO set, the NEC should have had an opportunity to discuss and view comments on the reports before they come and being represented in this AGM. Suggested roles. It was just a suggestion when we were passing through the issue of expanding positions, where we were looking at the position of business development officer. We look at a person that might be in charge of tourism, etc., etc. Even about organize and all the stuff. Presidential Consultative Forum. The considerations of taxi veterans / PCF structure must be scrapped, as most of conflicts are caused by former leaders of the industry. Because when we look into the constitution, it's not talking of the former president, it's talking of veterans. Now the issue was, sometimes you'll find a veteran who will become an advisor president or the presidents, and only to find that he's not in a good state with the president. How can he advise better if he's not in a good state or in a good relationship? Or if, for an example, if he was dismissed in his position, how can he come and advise positively? So that's why we might also find the very same people that will come and advise behind your back, you'll find that they'll be contesting to come back as the president. Yeah. Advisors should be formed by the 2 deputy presidents. If further advisors are needed, then the NOB can advise, the NEC can advise, and even MENCO can advise. Yeah, actually. These were the engagements leadership. Constitutional training, ensure that all structures are workshopped on the Santaco Constitution and it is implemented. Sometimes we sit here and take decisions in regards to Constitution and all the stuff, but the operation is on the ground. When you get to the ground, you'll find that it's other way around, whereby people, they don't know what does the Constitution contains, and you'll find that they are doing the opposite because they are not workshopped. So there is an importance to make sure that when we do amendments on Constitution, people from the ground, associations and regions, they must know that the Constitution have been amended. We need to put measures in place to ensure that all Santaco members and affiliates follow the rules and code of conduct as stipulated in the Constitution. This one is clear and straightforward. We even engage on making sure that all meter taxi, all cross-border, all women, scholar, they need to be members, caring members of Santaco. Ensure the standardization of constitutions of all Santaco structures, ensuring that they are aligned to the broader Santaco Constitution. Our associations are having their own constitutions, and you'll find that they are not aligned with the master constitution, which is the Santaco Constitution. So even if we amend the constitution, but we also need to ensure that the constitutions of the association must also be amended to be in line with the master constitution. Continuous monitoring and enforcement. It is important that we continue monitoring Oguti Constitution, it is being followed. Because if we don't have people that will ensure Oguti, the Constitution is being followed, then we'll have a constitution, but only to find that is not being practiced. Put a complete end to dual membership. Complete end to dual membership. The discussion was based on some of the conflicts are caused by dual membership. For an example, in case I'm in Santaco, I'm a Santaco member, but when I come to Gauteng, then I will become an NTA in Gauteng, in the other association, but I'm a caring member of Santaco. But in Gauteng, I'm Santaco. If I go to Eastern Cape, then I become nibiza ngani Ncedo. So I end up having 3 memberships. Automatically conflict will arise. So the discussion was, we need to put a complete end to dual membership. That's where we ended. Thank you. Meneer Khair.
Thank you for Commission 1 and Reverend Vubu for the feedback on the commission. I think there was robust discussion there, if I sound by the report back from that commission. So now we're going to move over to Commission 2, but there the leader of the Commission 2 is leaving. Is someone else presenting? We covered. Okay, so we covered. So the president, who will present Commission 2? Sange. Okay, so we will ask Sange to come forward and do his. We got 2. Okay, so I will ask both to come forward and to come do a presentation. Mr. Fritz. Okay.
Let me make an example of Gauteng. You in Gauteng, you Santaco. But when you go out to a different province, you're a totally different structure. E.g., GNTA, NTA. And that is where we would say the fighting and everything happens. So if we can just get more clarity, or if that sentence can just be specific, talking to something like that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Secretary. Leadership, I think the only thing that I've missed, especially from the team that I was with in the first commission, if I've missed anything in the presentation, please, you can raise your hand, add what I have missed. Commission 1, did I miss anything on the presentation? No, thumbs up. Okay. In response to, Babmal. Yes. No, yes, please, you can respond to him.
Thank you very much. I think it's just an addition on the last sentence. It should be specific. Remember, provinces are not the same in terms of the operations. But what is the real conflict comes from is that the mother bodies are still there interfering with the structures of Santaco. That's number 1. We may find out to other provinces, there are still mother bodies that are using different constitution from Santaco. They needed to be aligned. But most importantly, on the last one, we should be specific by saying dual membership of structures. It should be clear.
Okay.
Dual membership of structures. You found out that all the conflicts are here in Gauteng. I'll make an example with the province that I think I'm quite closer to. Members of Mpumalanga, they are 100% Santaco members. When they get into Gauteng, they are NTA. Then the conflicts happens. You found out from one another province. I will make an example. Again, we are not offending anybody, but we are just telling the truth. You found out that the very same Santaco members in Eastern Cape, when they get into Gauteng, They change the registration number. They say we are Kada, we are Gata or Kodeta or Uned, and do something different. Then the conflict happens. You get to another province that they say is a clean province without any GNTA. But when it gets to Gauteng, the fight starts with GNTA and then status Goti. Then we have a real problem in Gauteng. So it should be clear that each and every conflict, it should be a thorough investigation, particularly on the joint ventures, most importantly, and the dual membership. Thank you. I was just
Thank you,
adding
Chairman
to-
Mali. So we will add that to the comments of Chairman Mali to that of the commission. Is there any other questions? Because there's a request that we open up for questions first before we move over to the next commission. Any other questions on the commission one? There's a hand. Well, no surprise. Chairman Mkulu,
Mr. Khayero, do you have a problem?
no problem.
Surely you don't, ne?
No problem.
Yeah, you don't. I just wanted clarity. But I thought maybe we will highlight that in our commission. The Pastors Commission says positions for national office should be expanded from 9 to 13. Maybe can he motivate that? Can they motivate that as to how? Because from where I'm sitting, actually I'm facing the opposite direction. Cutting those positions from 9 to 7. As it is been done by the provinces. But I'm not soliciting an answer now if it is not there. But I just wanted to.
I think there can be an answer for the motivation why they
Oh.
forwarded that proposal.
Yes, thank you.
Remember leadership. The current positions for the NOB, it starts from the 3 presidents, the national chairman, then it goes down, say, the secretary, DSG, treasurer, PRO, training officer. Then why we were motivating to say, according to the constitution, it needs to be expanded to make sure that meter taxi, scholar transport, cross-border, and Santaco women are also included as per the constitution.
Covered?
In addition, Chair,
Just hold on. Just
Follow-up, no,
follow up. There's a
follow-up
follow up on that.
Yeah, follow-up comes before.
Yeah, follow up.
how do you follow up something that you don't know? Because we are explaining.
I allowed the follow up.
Is he from the same commission?
You wanted me to be from where?
Okay.
No, I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Okay.
Okay, but let me make my point. He'll come and do the follow-up.
On your follow up.
The argument that Mr. Mvobu is putting forward of the 9 positions, of the view that those 9 positions created for the purpose of transition from where we were, from where we are. According to me, we are no longer transitioning. We are in the business and we should run the business and behave as such. It's not important, or it doesn't make any sense to say everybody wants to be represented. Abaye beza ngetrack, like Poku say, we want people who can deliver. We don't want people who represent structures and provinces and what. We want people who can do the job. I will listen to only Tate Mali from there. I'm out of the woods. Can we continue?
So now, Chairman Tulu taking over my job. Mr. Mali, are you
Not-
gonna
Thank you, Chair. Maybe the response to my chairman, Chairman Tim Kulu. please remember leadership. When we talk of meter taxi, we talk of cross-border, we talk of scholar transport. In the provinces and the regions, transition has not yet happened. We need to give that transition an opportunity. And also to remember our constitution, when we elect the PECs, it says 7 members to be elected. It also direct us, go to according to the size of your regions in the provinces and have additional members. It is in the constitution. It is in the constitution. So that you may find out one region, one province has 17 regions. You will have to add those 1, so that all the regions in the province are well represented. So we come to the issue of now the transition of the scholar transport, meter taxi, cross-border, and the women in transport. Remember, we still have a clause in the constitution that says we must accommodate the 30% of women in the leadership. That thing on its own is a transition. It will not just happen from, and we really understand, even those others just giving those delegates to serve on those platforms, they will not just send Mikota Ditapole, but they will send people who will contribute and add value into those structures. I think we should give it a try. This thing has not yet happened, but at the national level, it's an exemplary. We do have those seats. Most importantly, we don't want to disadvantage them.
Okay, I think
Thank you.
I think it is taken, and I think we will discuss that issues. We go further into the reports and the commission. I'm going to allow.
Thank you, Chair. I just need to ask this. Is it I'm on the issue of 9+3 membership in the NOB. Is it really necessary to have a president first and second? Because to accommodate, we know they're still on the transition, the cross-border they want. But how is it? Can't we have maybe a president one and then to accommodate the other structures? Again, what we are doing is not today or tomorrow. We are amending. It's not going to happen tomorrow saying, no, 2 presidents must go away. No. But for the future, for the constitution of Santaco in the future, can't we reduce the number, as my chairman was saying, about 7? And then I think it will work because, as somebody said, we are no longer in a transition now. We need people who can deliver, people who can give us resources, people who can recognize women, that women are also part of Santaco. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mama. I think we exhaust on Commission 1, and we will move over now to Commission 2. Mr. Sange.
Okay, thank you, Leadership. Sanbonani. Okay, good morning, Leadership, President. Leadership, on this commission, we're looking at the Code of Conduct and Ethics. This is established for standard of behavior expected from the leadership and all the stakeholders in the organization. So we need to look at the standard behavior, and we need to look at what is expected from the leadership and what is expected from the employees following the values of the organization. The values of the organization also reflected by the commitment based on how we define ourselves. Now, for instance, if we're talking about the employees, it goes down from the office to the driver. The driver must understand, if he's the driver of Santaco, what is expected of him. Now, if the driver is driving under Santaco banner and is driving for Mr. Mvubu, he's only recognizing Mr. Mvubu as an employer, but he doesn't recognize the brand Santaco. So now, in terms of the conduct, the driver must understand that there are values within Santaco that he must follow. Like, for instance, the values that we talk about here is integrity, professionalization, and decision making. You're gonna ask me, Mama, if I'm leaving something. And then we talk about other elements is about compliance. In most cases, you find that the organization is losing opportunities because of what is not complying. Not in a position where by now speaking business can be recognized as such because of what is compromised in how it behaves. So it should be standardized and it should be uniformed. That from top to bottom, this is how the organization should be conducting itself. Okay. We should be having induction processes in as far as the code of conduct is concerned. Not just employ someone, after employing someone is on the road, or after employing someone is in an office, without being taken through the conduct in a way that he must expect, he must do as expected as an industry will expect. Okay. There should be a process of vetting. The process of vetting should be influenced by what the background in terms of reviewing the person that you put into the position. You put a person into the position, but you never reviewed his background. Does he know what he's going to be doing? Does he have a past experience on what has been given as a task to perform? So those are the things that we need to do in order to make sure that if a person is accountable based on he was reviewed. Okay, but okay. The standardized, and I spoke about that one. The standardized operational and administration. Like, for instance, you will find that when you visit the regions, the region in KZN, it does things differently as compared to the region in Northwest. So that's alone, it compromises the understanding of Santaco, because of at the end of the day, there should be some kind of, like, I'll make an example. When you go to F&B, you expect the service to be the same. And you expect to be receiving the same values. It's not a matter of what you got F&B from KZN or you got F&B from Gauteng. So now it should be standard. All organizations are like that. You go to Wimpy, you expect the burger at Wimpy to be the same burger that you eat at Wimpy. It can't be that when you are in somewhere else, there's a different. So also in Santaco as well, we should have standard, not that say we come and say, Gauteng, what you're doing is not what we're expecting, or Mpumalanga, what you're doing is better than what KZN is doing. It should be something that is represented as collectively. As you can see here, we are uniform. This alone, it represents the way we should be behaving in terms of standardization. Okay, the hiring of drivers. The hiring of drivers is on President, he touched base on it. The hiring of drivers. There should be a method of how you hire drivers, not just give someone a key. Who spouse gives a driver key or window to carry a responsibility of your asset. Your assets are more than 500,000 each. So now that asset is very expensive to trust someone that you don't even know. What he is being invited? Can he drive? Is he responsible? Leadership. We spoke about also, Mama. We spoke about also collaboration. Collaboration, in as far as ethics are concerned, is identifying relevant stakeholders. Relevant stakeholders, like for instance, we are in with Master Drive. Master Drive is a company whereby now they take the drivers through their responsibility and accountability in as far as how you should drive, what is to do. You call it defensive driving. So now a driver, all organizations, they do that. That's why we find ourselves not understanding why the business is running away from us, especially the meter taxis at the airport. You will find that Evis and if they send the drivers to defensive driving, they're being trained how they should dress, how should they conduct themselves, how they should representatives. Also, how they should, they're taking responsibility of driving passengers. But now, coming back to the employers, which is yourself, leadership, whereby you put pressure or you get expectations from the driver, but the driver's got so many responsibilities. He's driving, he's got to take money and do a change. At the same time, he's got to be told that stop sign, it's got to be short left, drop out. There's a lot of responsibility that a driver is taking while he's supposed to be concentrating and driving. So now it's very important that when we do this kind of stakeholder engagement and collaboration with companies, we do invest in terms of empowering the drivers to be the drivers of Santaco and to push the values of Santaco. Oh, okay. We spoke about fast forwarding the cashless system, meaning that as we go and to technology will assist us when we fast track the issue of cashless. It will assist us to be able to, with the drivers, they don't carry so much responsibility. Oh, we spoke about the system that we need to use to standardize the accountability in as far as tracing the driver that you hired. In most cases, I had a chat outside with another colleague, whereby now, if you got cameras in a vehicle, you hired one driver, but you find that there are multiple drivers who are driving your car. You're not even aware. He takes the car, he gives it to another driver, and another driver is exchanging to another driver, but you're not even aware. So it should be a standard that the driver is clocking. There could be a system that is clocking in order for a driver to be the one that is driving and is responsible. Oh, yes. We got drivers exchanging owners from time to time. Like the driver will drive with you for today, and then you have a misunderstanding, maybe it doesn't catch up, and then the following day is driving for somebody else. There should be a standard that you review with where does the driver come from before you accept this driver. That's why we need to have a pool of drivers through the agency. So when you have a pool of drivers, you got all the the database of who this driver is. But if you keep on hiring drivers as individuals, you will have drivers moving around. A driver kills someone from KZN and come here in Gauteng and driving for you in Gauteng. Okay, we're moving to leadership eligibility and vetting. We touched on that. Okay, on leadership, we spoke about in most cases, when we do elections, they call it democratization. We democratize on basis of we must have leadership. We don't look at the values of the organization. Why must we? And then you blame him. How you blame him if he wasn't aware of what was expected? That's why we partnered with the institutions like UJ. Why we partnering with UJ? Tita is part of us for a long time. I'm counting UJ because of what is academias who will assist us in terms of continuous trainings, short courses, and all that, so that we need to be professionalized. The leadership must be a leader that is visionary. Visionary in a sense that is not a leader that is a gatekeeper. I'm actually talking about a transaction now. We're talking about accommodated other formation. When we talk about accommodating other formations, it should be seen as a threat that there are other formations coming into the industry. Why I'm saying that is because of it should be seen as an added value. There's something called IRPTN. IRPTN includes feeders, and it includes other modes or other operations. So that should be consolidated, and the leader must be visionary in a way that when we talk about 30% of Abo Mama, that leader should be able to understand that Abo Mama they add value, because of Abo Mama they do many other things. Right now we have introduced tourism. Introducing tourism, there are too many of Abo Mama PNPs. It's not like they come and take, but they come and add value because of they do many other things that we might not be doing. I'll make an example with policy conference. We spoke about youth being accommodated within Santaco. Youth is more user friendly to technology, so they add value. It's not a matter of that they will be at the rank themselves, but they will add value in terms of expanding. Like for instance, when we talk about partnership with the UJ, we talk about in research mobility, future mobility research, whereby we will see the future of the industry, not be caught by surprise, like happened with the likes of Uber. Uber came here with the technology. We were all surprised and we had to react. So reacting did not assist us, but we need young people who are visionary, young people who do research with 10 years down the line, what will be happening and where the industry is going. Oh yeah. And then we spoke about the kind of leadership that we, based on the values, the reflection of the leadership also speaks to what? The leader being capable of reading and writing, and the leader being capable of presenting whatever reports himself and that he can read himself. Yeah, that is the conflict, the conflict of interest or the conflict of interest. Okay, the conflict of interest and declaration protocol. On the conflict of interest, we have people who are working for government, but they're also operators. Like for instance, you'll have police or you'll have traffic cops. Is a conflict of interest for a traffic cop to be part of the leadership because of it can be seen as bias. But also we need to look at the complementary kind of leadership. Like for instance, I'll make an example with the teachers. The teachers, in terms of trainings, they could be complementary to the industry. If you got them in the industry, they could be. So now we have to weigh the conflict and we have to weigh the complementary as well, because we also coming from what? From the background of corporate before we are in the industry. But the leader needs to declare. That's why we're talking about the declaration protocol. It needs to be declared. Declaration protocol needs to cascade from top leadership down to employees so that we avoid the conflict of interest. And also, we spoke about the declaration in terms of the inner leadership. Yeah. Yeah, the financial governance. Okay, the last one now, the financial governance policy. Okay, this policy is established for the framework for sound financial management, ensuring the accountability, transparency, compliance with all regulatory requirements, and it promotes ethical financial decision making. So now, when coming to finance, it is very important that there's transparency in as far as finance is concerned. Because of this, there's no transparency, people end up making their own assumptions. And then those assumptions might be wrong because of what is not well communicated. And then the qualifications in terms of financing. We spoke about vetting. Vetting, it should be that the leadership within that space should be vetted that it's got a background of understanding the finance, so that good decisions must be made in as far as the industry is concerned. Also, again, this collaboration in terms of continuous training is very important because of you find systems now in terms of innovation that are changing from time to time. Like for instance, I'll make an example with the FNB as a partnership with FNB. These partners' leadership should not be partners that are seeing us as consumers. Sibanion is always emphasizing that if you're coming to us, you must speak to us and there must be something for us within what you're coming with. We should not be seen as people who have a database and good in order to support other people's businesses. It should be a partnership that has a value for the industry to gain from there. So we should have a leadership that be able to make that financial decision. Okay, the financial planning. There should be a financial planning within the industry itself. I remember they spoke about NEC being able to make decisions before decisions are reported. So now the financial planning should be there in as far as the budget is concerned, and there should be reports. There should be a timeline that is given to give reports in as far as the finances are concerned. 3 months or quarterly or whatever that the term is the period that is. Yeah, you got to have monitoring systems in as far as to track the in and out of the finances, and the cash in terms of the petty cash and all that. You got to be monitored and it got to be standardized, and we got to know how much or the maximum that should go to petty cash. And AI and records as well. Yeah. Okay. Audited financial statements is part of the, according to the delegate, the engagement is always part of the constitution that we should have audited financials. But at the same time, we should have the capable leadership that is able to be reading the financial statements and I think we have covered the rest leadership. Other things will come out of the engagement. Yeah. All the donors, I mean, the donors, investments and all that. Yeah, also that should be declared to the leadership that they must know. We are here today because of, I think, is Delegate. These are kind of partnership that we value. These are kind of partnership that they add value to the industry. those are the things that need to be also be declared so that we know how much is being donated to the industry and how much value does these companies that are claiming to be our partners add into what we have. Thank you, leadership. Yeah. All right. Sorry, Umama Nkumbuzala. We spoke about the membership. Membership, ne? The membership is not being monitored. If we made calculations, izolo ne, uguti 300 rand, we multiplier with only the province one is a lot of money, but that money is not being accounted to. But also this goes with what? These things, based on a partnership and collaboration, they monitor systematically. We have been doing it manually, and manually you find that money that does not reach the office, whatever the case may be. But through the systems, with partnership with President Kulubenge in South African Bank and in partnership with FNB, we should have something that is monitoring in terms of the membership. So these are the things that we'll deliberate later in terms of how we should monitor the membership. It should be added onto systems. Thank you. Annually.
Okay, so we want to thank Commission 2, 3. What was that? Commission 3, 2. Yeah, Commission 2. Any questions that you want to pose to Commission 2? I think they did an excellent job. It doesn't look okay. There's a hand. Chairman Mali.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just clarity on Commission 2. But I heard they've unpacked from the Commission. Maybe didn't they consider the formalization of our drivers so that we can follow the Lekhuta resolutions, so that we get more formalized? There are structures that our national office or the projects that should be taken to as per province so that we get Lekhuta resolutions implemented in terms of the formalization. And most importantly, maybe just to add to say, as a Santaco national office, to consider the relationship or partnership that we have with CETA or TITA, so that they can also capacitate our operators, our leadership, and our drivers in terms of making sure that our business get a fair chance, a fair competition on the ground. That was just maybe those that I wanted maybe to talk about. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mali. Sorry, I could not remember everything. We spoke about that. Making it the typical example with the meter taxi. Just last year, we had about 100 companies that were formalized and 100 entities that were assisted by TITA in order to respond to what we're saying, whereby we got the knowledge in as far as how to formalize the drivers and get them into the UIF and all that, so that we run as a sustainable business. So that the driver must not like to ubambile. They come as if now this is just temporal. I have to look for a proper job, but we must value being part of the industry. So I did touch Mr. Mali about a collaboration with other stakeholders like Master Drive. They teach us that. And again, I did touch Uguti. We are establishing a recruitment agency. And then that recruitment agency will assist us in as far as making sure that the drivers, they do have those they call it benefits. Yeah, benefits when people look for a job. Are there benefits now? You got to be structured with structured by. That's why we got academias to assist us in order to reach that professionalization stage or level. Thank you.
Thank you, Senge. I don't think there's any other questions. I think if not, then we'll move over to Commission 3, and we'll ask the presenter of Commission 3 to come forward. I think it's Chairman Mtunkulu. You may come forward. 3. Yeah, it's 3. It's 3. Yeah. Chairman, I won't say anything, Chairman. Otherwise, you think I've got something against you.
Yeah, indaba zethu ziphi? Bazosiprojecta noma ngiyafuna. Lopho, na. Ubuye ukhona. Yeah. Constitution ubuye ukuningi. No. Where? Yeah. It's correct. Akusikele. Lemamdudu. Lemamdudu yakusuku. Akusindele. Sulo ke. Yona. Okay. Huh? Uzongihambisana ne? Yeah. Ubaba uzoyenzani? Oh, okay. All right. No. Shapuma. Yeah. Okay. Actually, I don't know what's wrong with me. When I participate, you laugh. And I've decided that after this presentation, President, I'm taking my things ngekhaya. Yeah? Labantu banenkinga ngami. Okay, colleagues, we were dealing with constitution yesterday in our commission. But let me just make this forward before I get into the business of reporting back. When I speak, you see, our commission had it very difficult dealing with the constitution, because as we know, the constitution has been like that for many years, and it was the first attempt to deal with it and try to bring stability and understanding, because our constitution is Right. Key areas including clarifying membership definitions, expanding representation to include various transport sectors, meter taxi, scholar transport, e-hailing, cross-border and operations, reviewing governance structures, tracking AGM resolutions, and improving communication and compliance mechanisms. We were arguing earlier from the other commissions, inclusion of other modes. Omunye umfundisi lapha u-10-19, must move from 9 to 19. From 9 to 13. Yeah, 9 to 13. That shows that a lot of work needs to be done on the constitution so that everybody feels at home. And I even heard the Umvubu, they must be afforded the chance to contest. So contest about president. The constitution must guide us. Yeah, the constitution Umvubu contest to president. So the constitution must guide us, and it must be clear as to what we hope to achieve with the constitution. Tracking AGM resolutions. The constitution must guide us. We shouldn't be sitting here and debating against one another. The constitution must be clear or crystal clear as to what is expected from us. I cannot go into tracking the resolutions of the AGM and what. It will be another story. A follow-up is required for detailed planning and further review. I don't know who came with the money to bring us from our homes to here for 4 days. I think we can utilize that person even further so that we can come back again for 5 days and deal explicitly with the constitution. I want to appreciate that man or that woman who brought that money for 4 days to come and sit here, eat and sleep and speak. So 5 days will do so that we can do justice to our constitution. And we also dealt with the aims and objectives. Clarification is needed there. We need a very clear structure or way of doing things. As we speak, everybody comes his own style of leadership to Santaco. Everyone comes his own style. And the constitution is silent. We need a clear way. When the constitution says the chairperson must lead, the chairperson must chair subcommittees, the chairperson must chair a main committee, it should be like that. Not Secretary General, not you, Secretary General. I'm just referring, not you. When you must sit and write, not speak. There are people who should speak. The chairperson must be here. You see, so the constitution must guide that, and it should be clear. And we shouldn't assist the constitution. That is our problem. We want to assist a document that is guiding you. That document is assisting you to deliver proper leadership and provide good leadership. You want to assist it. Strong membership structures. The current constitution allows provincial-based taxi council membership. Let me just stop there. Who is the constituency of Santaco? Who is the constituency of Santaco? Somebody says members, taxi operators, provinces. I want the third one. The third one. You see? You see? Or that is the constituency of Santaco. And who is the constituency of the association? Of the region? Of nation, of province? Okay. You see, I like that chorus. I like that chorus. You see, that chorus is the one that is causing problems for us. The constitution must guide us as to who is the constituency of Santaco in different levels. You know why? Maybe other provinces have not encountered that. In my province, I've got that problem. A member will affiliate to the association. And the very same member affiliate to the region. The very same member affiliate to the province. And the very same member should affiliate 300 to national. And there is a hell of contestation there. That is a hell of a contestation. But in the commission yesterday, we agreed that the association will affiliate to the region. The region will affiliate to the province. Provinces will affiliate to national. If you have a different view, we'll have that 5 days that I've requested, where we'll sit down and contest it. But in our commission, that's how we felt, and that's how we viewed things. That the association has members. The association will the members will affiliate to the association. The associations will affiliate to the region. The region to the province to national. So that is why I'm saying in my province, where's the TG? TG, I've got a problem when I have to tell the members, but I told them, don't worry, anyway, that they need to affiliate to you and Mr. Tung. They've got a problem, and the constitution must guide us clearly. Not subjective opinions like we are doing now. That is subjective. We want something objective that is enshrined in the constitution. So this is just a repetition. Meter taxi, scholar transport, e-hailing, cross-border, future transport mode. It's a big issue, but they will come. Another issue that we missed yesterday. I only see there is a point related to it. We are not thinking, or we are not facing reality in our local associations. Different acts, my act in the province recognizes non-membership of associations. The act in the province provides the register with powers to register people who do not belong to associations. They call them non-members. And our constitution is silent about it. The act says you will have a person not affiliating to any association, but who is in possession of an operating license, who will be operating in your roots mandla, but is not your member. Go and check the national, NLTA. I'm not good in remembering the clauses and what like Arab people, but go and check it. It recognizes non-members in associations. And our constitution, it was non-members. So it's one of the issues. We don't have it here, but I remember it because it's one of the issues that is bothering us in our province. So you may not have encountered it now in your province, but know that when it arises, there is something like that. And we need to pronounce ourselves on it. Governance and constitution. Our constitution must address admission and roles at all levels. Local, metro. Yeah, this one is very difficult. Can I just ask a simple question? Because I want to. You know, I'm not a teacher by profession, but I once taught. So I like the audience to sing with me. Yeah, I don't want to teach, I want the audience to sing with me. Can I just get an indication from where you're coming? How much is it for new members who wants to enter into associations? How much are they charged? What do you call it? Messina, can you assist me? Yes. Another one. Hey, sing. Sayers. You don't? No. That's a political response. I don't want a political response. No. 100,000. Even if you're not doing it now, but you did it before, how much were you charging? Arugre. Yeah, I know. You won't sing. But I've got two responses, 100,000. And the question is, how much did you pay when? When you got into that association, how much did you pay? What justifies 100,000? Yeah, what justifies 100,000? To do what? To do what? To run an association. You run the association with whose money? That's how. Okay. Okay. So I'm just trying to bring us together to the challenge that we have when we refer to admission and roles. The constitution must be very clear that what is the process to be followed when people want to come into the industry. I hear you, Mr. Sayers. You say you are not taking new members now. And I respect that. But you face a bigger challenge because there is a group of people that have been identified that need to be participating in the associations or the broader transport sector. The disabled people, your youth. We're discussing in the group, in the commission yesterday, that we don't have systems that allow youth to take part into associations, except by default. Baba can fail, Mama can fail, and then it's taking over. Yeah. We don't have a clear-cut way to say we want to encourage youth to come into the broader transport system without go Baba can atujule asho noma Mama can kule afe. Do we have? We don't. The constitution must talk to that. The constitution must talk to that. And it is silent. Meeting one Gaute. Meeting go. I'll see you, Baba. I'm finishing. Bullet point number 3, under governance. The constitution must define functions and powers of the National Conference. This one also came up yesterday. Mina, since Kiba Party Santaco from 2001, I've never gone to a conference at Santaco where resolutions, where reports are presented and resolutions are taken and what. It's always about guns and positions. It has been always like that. Positions and guns. Never had an elective conference that dealt with the business of Santaco. I've been to Sun City a couple of times and here. No such business was ever conducted. Tell me in my face that I'm lying. The constitution must clearly define that. That is why on Monday, I sounded like Julius Malema when I refused the external auditors to address us. And I knew that some of you were lost. And you were wondering, why did Mtimkulu say that? And if you want to know, I'm available 24. I will explain to you why I said that. Oh, bullet point number 3, yeah. Define functions and powers of the National Conference. In Manjelo, HMC in. What is that? Kimboku. Get him between. Get him. King? Chulo King. Sit too long with him. Give me an answer. Get him between. We don't know it. Give me an answer. Okay. Make a look. Where are we? No. Go up, go up, go up, up. MC TV. Who knows it? Who knows it? I don't know it. Okay. Chulo, don't assist. Kapu, you get in that.
Yeah, let me just assist. I think in the commission we had the national conference, elective conference. Then we had the NOB. Then we had the NEC. Then, okay, Manco, yes. And then we said every level, because the elective conference happens every 4 years, then the Manco happens every, the NEC sits monthly and Manco sits quarterly. But there is no clear-cut responsibilities for each meeting that sits. And that needs to be discussed and clarified. Thank you.
Okay. Operational and disciplinary issues. Operational and I won't dwell into the operational because just what Tulo explained now deals with that. How do we operate different levels? What is their responsibilities? But I'll tell just a little bit about the disciplinary issues. I think one commission touched on it. The less said, the better about discipline in this organization. The less said, we are in discipline as the industry, very much. And everybody is doing whatever he thinks or he deems fit to address disciplinary issues. Without going into detail, we know the Constitution must assist us. The Constitution must assist us. The Constitution must be briefed so that it may be able to talk to the ill-disciplined that is displayed by members. From members to drivers. I get it. When you are saying that, I know that you are agreeing with me because you know yourself that you are disciplined. I know. So we need to deal with it. We need to deal with it. It also talks to the same issue. How do we begin to belong to two organizations? That is discipline. It means you are not disciplined. When it suits you, you are that side. When it suits you, you are this side. You see, and it will also assist to address the issues that we have of mother bodies who are clinging back and occupying space in the taxi industry. The Constitution must assist us, and we are also, as members, we shouldn't shy away from that challenge. We need to face that challenge of mother bodies. Yeah. And like you said, Chairman Mali, we are not offending anybody. We know there are our colleagues who come from mother bodies and so forth. But at one stage, we need to confront that. Because issues that are overlapping from mother bodies are bringing this organization into dispute and encourage conflict. AGM and monitoring. This is the first AGM. This is the yeah, technology and modernization. It takes us back to the issue of the youth. Yesterday, when the documents when we were supposed to open our phones to have those documents that were sent to the link. Yeah, that showed us that now most of us are expired there. Most of us are expired there. Technology, yes, no. I won't shy away from it. You assisted me, but by chance. By chance. You see? So most of us, we are carrying expensive smartphones, but we could not access those documents. Tulo had to go from one man to the other, to the woman, to assist us. So technology, no, I'm not saying everybody, but even those who were able to open their phones yesterday, time is limited. Time is limited. So modernization and technology, we should improve. We should improve, but then in English says you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Old dogs here, new tricks won't work. But we need to move towards. We move towards technology and modernization, and it has assisted. Some years back, everybody, there will be a pile of papers in front of you. Pile of papers, and also contributing to the what do we call it? Yeah, carbon emissions. Because those papers, after some time, they need to be burned. And that smoke will contribute to the carbon emissions outside. You understand? Now I'm speaking like an Englishman. Yeah, I speak like an Englishman. When I speak carbons and emissions, it's like an Englishman. And that is not something that is talked about by black people. All right. So it's another challenge that should be captured in the constitution. That is why I will applaud on this item. I will applaud President Sibanyoni in 2017. 2017? Yeah. He invited us with some provinces and national office to a youth event in Mpumalanga, where they have identified up-and-coming youth aspiring in the industry and set them up for preparing them for the big challenge, succession battle. So I still applaud that, because that is the only way that we can deal with this challenge of technology and modernization. And I like the old dogs. If an old dog, once he gets something right like Mali, hell, he will shout at you and say, "That's me who taught you." Okay. Shortly, leadership roles. The constitution must also say a mouthful about it. We still have a problem. We are still stuck in that quagmire where people accept nominations and get elected without not understanding the responsibilities of their portfolios. We need to do with that. The excitement of the elections and the brown envelopes and the Woolworths bags running up and down, they should stop. Even the coming conference, like the previous commissioner said, there should be a lot of horse trading among provinces about potential candidates. Who provinces wants to come and serve it national? Not a track, yapuku. Not a track, yapuku. There should be. Yeah, and in our province, we've also decided to say, after we've been nominated, we want a shorter presentation from the potential candidates to come and tell us what is it that you think you can come and do, and the contribution that you think you can bring to the structure. Here we have Skatele. Skathele. We are tired. So it's very important that people should understand their roles. And they should be clearly defined in the constitution, not overlapping. Not overlapping. That is why I'm going back to the argument, Chairman Mali. No more 7 or 19 or 30. No more 9 or 19 or 13. 7. 7. We don't want a situation where when we ask you, what have you done? And you say, go and ask the second deputy president or what? No. We want answers from you. When? And like Professor Lumumba said, when you ask somebody what has he done, and it takes an hour to explain what he has done, then you must know that he's done nothing. You must know that he's done nothing. When we've done something, you shut up. The things that we have done speaks for themselves. When we are too long as we go to we will see. We go to know this person is delivered. Okay. So the guy move on. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay. Empowerment and capacity building. Number 8. I don't know when you talk about empowerment, what we hope to achieve. Because when we are sitting here, we're saying we're business people, like it. And who should empower ourselves? Who should empower our members at the grassroots? Who? Who should do that? Whose responsibility is that? But surely empowerment should happen. It must happen. But who should bring empowerment? Leadership. Leadership. And we were talking with Ndate Tsulo. Maybe some of you don't know. I'm not hating anybody. In this country, we have associations that are far ahead than head office. Far ahead than head office, or provincial office, or regional office, in terms of development and empowerment of the members. I told, like I said, I realized that when I talk facts, you keep quiet. I've realized that there are associations that are far, not a step ahead, far ahead than national or provincial or regional. That's what you know, yeah? Wait to that one. No. But it's a fact, and it's something that we need to work in addressing. It's a fact. We cannot run away from it. We can't shy away from it. Babang, the association said, some of the association, their agenda when they meet is to fight. That's the agenda. When they meet is to fight. Balance basadi. You don't know. When you're a man and you fight women in the industry, so it means you are also challenging us to go and fight your women at home. Busy busy okay. They say I've left with 2 minutes. We are done. Okay. These are the issues that we noted. I see, not this one. Go up. Yeah, we are done. No, actually, we can't talk to all these points because I've said earlier, we need another 5 days. These were just highlights. We could not even conclude on them. We need another 5 days where these issues will be interrogated and concluded upon and agree as an organization because we've got different views. Thank you very much for listening to me and respecting me. And then I'll give to Poku just to say One word.
All right, all right. Ngiyabonga. Ngiyaleboga. But nginale question. Nginale question. No. Mthemkhulu nekimile wena mno.
Okay, sure.
Nginale question gore Santaco ina le constitution na? Santaco ina le constitution ya go ba isa bereke. Ga e bereke constitution ya Santaco. No, criticism is a little constructive. Yeah. You know why go bolela so? No, che re tshwantse re bolela kere. Se ke tshwantse ke se bolela ke gore nna ke le phoko a ke tsebe a national chairperson wa Santaco. Ka baka la gore a ke so mmone a eme mo a share meeting. O baleile. All right. Number 2. AGM constitution e re tshwantse re kry notice 21 days before. Re kry-ile a notice ka Friday. No, go ra re tshoko bolela go yona e kwagale. A ke re nyaka gore re location ntwe. Re kry-ile notice ka Friday. Re gopolele e location ntwe. Number 3. Isa le gona. Number 3. Re a gopela president re a leboga ke first AGM ya national re a leboga ebile re gopela gore go the first national conference ya Santaco re ya go di election a re yeng go secret ballot re gatetse ka di leader tsa go ba di tlisha ka di truck ba re leader ke ye re ya go conference ke a leboga.
Thank you. Okay, I see a hand there, but before the hand, I'm going to ask someone to translate what was said now by the last speaker. Who can translate? Are you going to translate yourself? Tukulu, can you translate what was said for the rest of the meeting? No need.
No, actually, I'm not supposed to translate for Puku because Puku, what he just said is his personal view. Yeah, but he said, I'm starting from the bottom. He said to the president, he's very thankful that this is the first AGM that is like this, and I don't know if I was not here, will he say those things? Because he'll be alone speaking. That's the first one. The second one, he also said, no, come to May 2026, National Elective Conference. We want a fully fledged conference. We don't want a conference where leaders are parachuted. But he used a very strong word. So I'm clever and I'm saying parachuted, but he said trucks. He doesn't want leaders who will be brought by trucks to the conference to say, elect this one. And what was the third one? Okay, no, okay. along this elections, he said, we also want elections to be conducted by secret ballot. And last one. Oh, he also said he's never seen Santaco chairperson, but I gave him the response. What was it? Yeah, so it's not something that we should discuss. The Santaco chairperson this is synonymous with the Eastern Cape. The Eastern Cape in that term, they had that position of national chairperson, and he didn't finish the term. To our group this term, we had the same a chairperson from Eastern Cape. He's also gone. We don't know. You see, this kind of questions strengthens our view that we need 7 positions, not 90.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah. I think there was a, okay. No, I think we had enough. I think.
No, Poku also voiced not being happy about the notice. But I think Poku is my friend. I will respond to him. Poku, there is always the first time. This is the first AGM. The notice came on Friday. I'm not defending AG. Came on Friday, but whatever. Friday, when did it come? Tuesday. 20 days. Okay, it was fine. Whatever the case, whether it's 3 days, listen. I'm on the platform. Whether it's 3 days or 1 day or 2 days, but there's always the first time we will improve. Let's give our leaders the benefit of the doubt. They will improve. You don't have to defend that. When he says 3 days, it's fine. Just leave it. But I know that we will improve. We'll get there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Okay, there is some additional information that commission handed in that they're not going to present at the moment, but they will hand it over to the people that compile the reports for us. It is a training. I think it's in connection with training. That will add it to that, and I'm sure it will be covered in the final drafts of the outcome of this AGM. So, is there any other questions? No questions. I think Chairman Mkulu exhausted himself, and he gave us everything, so there's no need to ask any questions. So we're going to go over to our last commission, Commission 4, and the TG had passed that responsibility of presentation to the Eugene. So we asked Eugene to come forward to do the presentation on the 4th commission, which was the Commission of Finance. Yeah, Finance, Technology, and what was the other one, Eugene? Technology. Yeah. So over to Eugene.
Let me start. Just as I read, you see, it's not the same. Yeah, what else? Dumelang, Sanbonan, Tobel, Khoto, President, Deputy President, SG, TG, and members, honored delegates, and members of the Executive Committee. All protocols are observed. Today we will be going through some of the deliberations that we made as the Finance and Technology Commission Together with me is Mr. Prince Perekisi, and we are also assisted by Ntate Mkhoros in terms of delivering this presentation. It is both an honor and a responsibility to stand before you today, not merely as a custodian of numbers, but as a servant of a vision for a Santaco that is financially sound, technologically empowered, and institutionally respected. We gather not just to report, but to reimagine what it means to be accountable, to reimagine how we lead, to reimagine the legacy we will leave for the millions who depend on the industry for mobility, for employment, and for dignity. Can go to the first slide. The first aspect that we looked into is the financial governance, a new standard of leadership. We are proposing a bold step forward in financial governance. We proposed pre-screening and benchmarking of financial leaders before they assume office. We also spoke about a need for a standardized oath of office to commit treasurers to integrity and service, because that is a very critical and professional role requiring the requisite capacity and understanding to carry out. The establishment also of biannual financial accountability reports and the institutionalization of finance committees from the grassroots upward. We also spoke about the need to establish peer review mechanisms amongst treasury units between the associations, regions, and provinces. Go to the next slide. The other point that we did note was the fact that indeed some of these policies or ideas that we were throwing around do exist in the Constitution. They are just hindered by a lack of implementation. And therefore, we spoke also about the need for induction and training of financial leadership, capacity building, and continued learning. We also spoke about the realization and implementation of existing constitutional financial integrity provisions. Moving on to this next slide. Let us be clear, leadership. This is not red tape. It is redirection. It is the systematic building of trust with our people and the government. Slide 2, revenue sustainability, a pathway to self-reliance. It is unsustainable leadership to rely solely on membership contributions. The financial future of Santaco must be built on 3 pillars: professionalization, diversification, and advocacy. We are calling for standardized funding through national travel subsidies, which will be expanded upon. We are calling for audited financial statements as a requirement for continued leadership. We are calling for the transformation of our associations into corporate or hybrid vehicles, ready to contract, ready to compete, and ready to lead. We also spoke about the need for professionalization of executive roles in the industry, for the National Office to advocate for standardized funding. For example, there is a constitutional review window that has been made available. For years and years, we've been speaking about transport subsidies, travel subsidies, but we have not been advocating for those subsidies correctly. We are now reaching a decade where we need to find alliance with the commuters, the masses, and address the reason why we exist as an industry, which is addressing the injustices of the past. We exist as an industry based on apartheid. We are speaking about a constitutional review that has been made open, but none of us in this room, except my fellow here, has submitted a submission to the Constitutional Review Committee to look into the subject of socio-economic reparations in the form of travel subsidies, where we are not dictating the sort of transport that the citizens use, but we urge the government to subsidize and democratize travel. That is the only thing that we'll be urging the government to do. And therefore also win the trust of our commuters by fighting their cause and also offering them the environment they need for their own peace of mind with regards to travel and safety. We also spoke about the need for us to adopt standard-based accounting systems, the inclusion and support for finance staff with relevant qualifications. I don't know if we're on the same page. All right. Moving on to the next slide, We also spoke and touched upon digital transformation. Sis Nobutle spoke about our transition to a paperless environment, and we do agree with her position. Santaco must go digital or risk being digitally displaced. We are initiating a cloud-based paperless financial ecosystem. Partnerships with technology platforms to manage knowledge and capital are very much important. The adoption of AI policies and secure data banks to protect, to perform, and to lead. This is not just innovation, it is self-preservation. We spoke about the need to establish minimum skill or capacity standards for leadership roles. Are you on the next slide or? No, I think I'm reading something different. Digital transformation. Okay, no, go back. Okay, it's fine. Moving on to the next slide, technology and skills development, as well as institutional sustainability, securing our future. We are building an institution, ladies and gentlemen, not an event. That means we need to establish a technology wing and policy review committee at all levels. That means creating student mobility desks to bring in the next generation. And that is why we have entered into agreements with educational or academic institutions. That is why we have partnered with University South Africa to champion student mobility across the country. We also spoke about the need to partner with tech platforms for industry digitization. We spoke about the need to invest in research and development to guide tech adoption. We also touched on the need to use tech to gain policy and market advantage. We also spoke about the need to implement secure data banks and privacy frameworks, and the need to formulate a strategy to combat piracy. Piracy in the form of illegal operators or unknown operators. We also spoke about the need to promote cross-sectoral revenue generation using technology. All protocols are observed, leadership indeed. On policy development and subsidy enablement, we spoke about the need to develop policy for an integrated ticketing system to support travel subsidies. We spoke about a draft research and development policies that speak to the project management unit as well as the terms of reference of the project management unit. We also spoke about the need to deploy teams to explore corporate government and institutional contracting. We spoke about the need to formulate a policy on royalties in terms of the Santaco brand. One other thing that was raised by Ntate Mkhorosi within the commission was the fact that any Tom, Dick, and Harry can wake up one day and call themselves Santaco. What are we doing to protect the brand of Santaco? So a policy regarding the royalties need to be developed. We also spoke about the need to establish a business development office for capacitating member SMMEs so that we better position our members to, what can I say, to leverage government initiatives that speaks to growth, transformation, etc. We also spoke about the need to clarify the competing interests in terms of Santaco being registered as a PBO, as an NPC, as opposed to operating as a corporate entity. We spoke about the need to develop a clear corporate organogram. We also spoke about the need to create policy for multi-sectoral and multinodal capacitation. Example, rail, sea, air, UAVs, flying taxis. Leadership, on that note, I think with the last speaker, Timkulu, we need to ensure that whatever policies or amendments we make, we need to ensure that they are future-proof. It doesn't help if we repeat the same rhetoric over and over again without acknowledging the market trends, without acknowledging the customer or the commuter of the future. 41% of South Africans are youth, and they are opposed to the traditional way of moving. So are we saying that we are stuck in our ways and we are forcing them to come join what is the traditional way of movement in the country?
Are we allowing foreign entities or pirate operators to come into our environment and offer convenience where we exist? Or are we saying we recognize the importance of the taxi industry and the transport sector in supporting all other sectors? Are we saying that we are then opening a channel for us to become the beacon of transformation in the country? And if we're saying that, then indeed we need to really consider the establishment of student mobility desks. We need to really consider, what can I say, future-proofing our mobility solution. As I was reading the slides of the previous speaker, I noted that there is no provision for having members who operate as accredited tour operators, yet we have a travel and tourism division. And there is a clear cry from the private sector within tourism, from the public sector within tourism, for the involvement of Santaco in tourism-related and transformation-related initiatives. We consist of business people, not just people who are aspiring business people. We are business people who are struggling to grow our businesses, who are struggling to generate new, what can I say, new revenue generation options. But yet we are close to the idea of venturing beyond just our transport nodes. I would like this sitting to imagine a Santaco that consists of members who actually have interests within multiple sectors and not just the transport sector. Indeed, we are being closed out of our own primary businesses by the likes of even the checkers, because they recognize that we are not flexible enough to listen to the needs of the commuter, the needs of the customer. In business, we say cash is king. The customer is always right. What are the customers looking for? And that is why we spoke about the institutional sustainability and the need to adopt paralegals to lobby and advocate for industry interests. The need to adopt a green transition strategy in line with the Department of Transport's smart city initiatives. We spoke about the fact that various companies that provide, for example, integrated ticketing systems receive government subsidies. We spoke about various companies that receive government subsidies for adopting green transition strategies, but we are here and we are still saying we are stuck in our ways. We need to set up these student mobility desks to support industry research and generational inclusion, to ensure that we are relevant today as we will be in 10 years' time. We need to diversify revenue. Membership collection alone is not enough. We need to encourage B2B contracting models. We need to promote active shareholder investment and not just passive funding that we get from somewhere. Tomorrow leadership, I would like to be part of a Santaco that loans money to government and other private entities. We should not be stuck in this scenario. And whoever is being encouraged either by private interests or existing interests that have entrenched themselves within South African society to prevent this realization, I urge them to relook. Because we do have a chance to actually own a bakery and not just fight over breadcrumbs. We need to also consider the formulation of tourism, career services, and interrelated opportunities, and the policies regarding those interrelated opportunities with cross-sectoral collaborations which enable broad diversification strategies. I think leadership, going back to the previous slide, all transport nodes were noted: cross-border, meter taxi, minibus, etc. But within that, I again urge to say, yes, we have a travel and tourism division, but that is a specialized route that cannot be just put in the hands of one node. In terms of government contracting, you would find that they need different modes of transport. Now, if that transport or travel and tourism responsibilities left to the meter taxi and e-hailing alone? Are we now limiting ourselves from being contracted for bigger contracting opportunities that require the entire membership of Santaco to provide services for? I think that is something that, again, we need to discuss to say, what are the parameters that the travel cross-sectoral collaborations have? Where can we operate? How do we operate? And how do we encourage cross-sectoral collaboration? Modernization and mobility innovation. We resolved to declare 2025 to 2035 the decade of socio-economic reparations in solidarity with transport-affected masses who spend over 40% of their wages on traveling costs due to inherent and inherited factors that historically gave birth to this very same industry we are proud to serve today. We spoke about the need to develop and expand Santaco parcel delivery services. We spoke about the need to appoint and mandate a legislation shock unit to study, forewarn, and support industry members affected by delayed implementation of legislation resulting in financial loss. For example, non-compliance, etc. We spoke about the need to adopt leasing models that promote constant fleet modernization. Leadership, I think we also need to decide if we are scrap metal collectors, if we are mechanics, or if we are mobility scientists. And if we're in the business of moving people, we cannot be interested in owning scrap. Meaning we need to consider leases. We need to consider models that ensure and encourage commuters or the market to trust our services, to rely on our services due to the modern fleet we will constantly have on the road. I think that is also open for discussion regarding whether it should be a policy, whether it should be something that a special mechanism that is implemented that enable our image as the industry to always talk to a modern fleet, to always speak to safety, to always speak to reliability. We also spoke about the need to design and apply a fair index policy. Most of our fare increments are not based on any scientific, what can I say, measurement. We also need to utilize artificial intelligence as well as implement policy regarding the use of that AI technology to regulate the use, onboarding, and employment of artificial intelligence systems for the purposes of automated intelligence, communications, and efficiency. Leadership, technology is disruptive and it doesn't need our permission to invade our space. I think Uber and others have shown us that they don't really need our permission to redirect the market. And so we need to also, again, I'm urging leaders to say, let's future-proof our business model going forward. AI is here. Most businesses are investing in AI. You cannot hope as a human being to compete with technology. If you want to compete with technology, please leave your car keys and walk home. Please leave your phones and everything. It is impossible to compete with technology because technology is a human language. We create technology to create the conditions that we want to live in. We don't create technology as competition for us as biotic human beings. So the technology has been created, meaning there is a need in the environment. Ours is to adopt artificial intelligence as well that will research on our behalf, that will ensure that even with regards to public relations, there is a customer service agent that doesn't sleep, doesn't eat, doesn't strike, doesn't demand an increase, doesn't have a personality. They are constantly always there and immune from human error within the industry. That is something that we need to consider, leadership, but also develop policy that talks to how we deploy that technology. We also need to create an economic index for fare increments. I think I touched on that. And we also need to support government's net zero travel via electric, CNG, and other modes. Leadership, before I even go to the last page, this thank you page, let us declare this decade the decade of socio-economic reparations. In a country where many spend over 40% of their income on transportation, our call is not just economic, it is moral. Through strategic financial reform, we can correct historical neglect, affirm dignity, and create opportunity. Let this decade be remembered as the moment Santaco became more than a transport sector, but a movement of integrity, innovation, and inclusivity. In conclusion, to our leaders, it is time to professionalize. To our members, it is time to modernize. To our country, it is time to mobilize. Let us pass these recommendations not as paperwork, but as a covenant with our people. A covenant to be accountable, a covenant to be excellent, a covenant to lead with purpose, with vision, and with financial strength. Forward and onward. Amanda, thank you.
I want to thank Eugene for the presentation. Nobody wants to add from the commission? TG, it was your commission. Do you want to add anything?
I think they've said they might follow to say it complement what the previous presenters have said.
Order.
To say what the previous presenters have said, to say, please, it has to be a robust kind of environment moving forward into the next election. To say, it would be a soft approach, but training is a necessity. So whoever who occupy a position, please either decline or accept capacitation. Otherwise, we'll never transform. Thank you.
Thank you, TG. Before I'm going to take questions, I just want to welcome Dr. Mchali to the meeting. Dr. Mchali is the chairperson of the region that we're having our meeting in, if I'm not mistaken. So welcome to us. All right, so any questions? I think that was a mouthful that was said, and it doesn't look like there's any questions. Chairman Mkulu, as you can see, the Young Lions was in that commission. Yeah. So with that, I'm going to hand over back to the program director to take us to the next event on the program.
Halala Santaco halala. Halala Santaco halala. Yeah, no, halala Commission 4 in particular, halala. Commission 4 is driven by the young blood, the young lions. So there's no way there can be additions or clarity questions. What they've presented here is mind-boggling. But yeah, it's about time. It's about time. President Dr. Mchali, accept our greetings and welcome. You have already been welcomed, Dr. Mchali. We are grateful. No Babu Sibeko. Hey, Babu Sibeko, sevenza gama conflict. Yo. When you see this man, you must see conflict resolution, you know. Yeah, no, siyabonga. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to push for some work. If I have to take you back to our programs on page 8 and 9, we started by doing what we were supposed to have done yesterday. That is these presentations. Now, what is to happen is that we should get summaries of these presentations. I want to believe the technocrats are working on it so that we will have the summaries at another stage. But it was whispered to me that it is necessary that we should have a tea break. But before the tea break, we are going to call to the fourth, Umfundisu Khadebe, to come after hearing such wonderful information, such mind-boggling information, that we should at least relax and be able to calm down and be able to consume more information, because as we are, it's like we can take our bags and go home. But before that, let's have Umfundisu Khadebe. As I speak, can you please come to the fore, Umfundisu, so that we can give some motivation, so that we have more oomph to implement this, because we're saying Santaco will never be the same. After this AGM, changes must be visible. Somebody said we need not talk about what we are doing, but what we are doing must speak about us. It must be seen by everybody. Right. Seemingly, Dr. Ubabo Hadebe akekho lapha endlini. Ntate Siyakamela. Awusamoshela. He must maybe is in the bathroom or so. But we are very grateful. Commissions, all commissions, we believe and we have realized that we have robust engagements, and that is exactly what we need. We need to be robust and direct to the point that we never forget the aim is to build, not to destroy. The aim is to ensure that past mistakes don't repeat themselves. Ours is to move forward. Thank you so much. Yeah. I'll also, in the meantime, hi, check press. We'll also go then, in the absence of Utato Khadebe, maybe we should stretch our legs for 10 minutes, because otherwise it will be a fruitless expenditure, these teas and cakes. And I like cake. So I can't afford to miss the cake. So we don't want any fruitless expenditure. Otherwise, these young lawyers that were busy with Commission 4 will rip us apart. So can we then break and please come back 20 past 12. 20 minutes past 12 we start and we move on. Can we allow our leadership to leave first? Can we allow our president, can you direct your guests? No. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, uzawungena after lunch. Yeah, thank you so much.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being punctual. We said we are going to start some 10 minutes ago, and yet we are still moving in. I give you 2 seconds because of the president to do what you are doing and sit down, please. What does it mean, that sign? Sharp, sharp. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we now be seated, please? Ladies and gentlemen, I need this door to be closed. Chairman Kyakwal. Please, Amukelani, can you stand here? We want to close this door. All those who are coming in must go in at the back. We don't want disturbance here. Please. Right. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back into business. Before we left here, we received all the presentations by the different commissions. Or maybe I should take this opportunity also to welcome our partners that have joined us. Ladies and gentlemen, you are most welcomed. We are happy that we are here. And we know that you and Santaco are one. We are one, and together we are going to make it. This is just but a start. If Mr. SS can sit down, Mr. SS can sit down, those people can stay there. It doesn't matter. Thank you so much. We are starting with our program. We don't have much time, ladies and gentlemen, because the intention is that when we go for lunch, we should be done with the program so that we can go and prepare ourselves for the gala dinner tonight. So please, whoever will be coming to the fourth, whether it's a business partner, whether it's somebody presenting, just be mindful of time, not more than 5 minutes. So at this point in time, President, we are going to call Umamududu ukuzanga phambili. Now we have to understand what is happening. The closing of our session and the summary and everything that will be done, it might come in later after this AGM. But the roadmap, the way forward, will be presented just before the president issue a statement or his message. His message. No, wait, please, Mama. Right. No, you will see. I'm just saying, I'm outlining as to what should happen. So we give this opportunity to Memdu do what is happening. That's why I wanted us to be clarified. The woman, Santaco woman, Santaco woman had their AGM, if members will recall. Now, the chairperson of the Santaco woman wants to highlight few issues pertaining their resolutions then. So I'm saying, please don't confuse these resolutions and the resolutions we are taking here today. So I'm giving over to her. I'm starting to count Ntate Sekamelo Shebenako.
Good afternoon, President of Santaco, Deputy President, NOB, NEC, MENCO, and business partners. As SG has alluded, we had, as Santaco women, we had our annual general meeting on the 4th and the 5th of April 2025. So the reason that I'm standing here in front of you today is just that there were resolutions that were taken that need to be implemented as soon as possible. So I thought it would be an opportunity for us to share this resolution with the leadership of the industry. One of the resolutions that were taken, remember Santaco has been a Santaco women desk from 2006, and now we're in 2025. So we've removed the desk because we realized that the desk is not taking us anywhere. So we changed the name from Santaco Women Desk to Santaco Women. And the second one was the issue of the reporting. Remember the policy document that was crafted by the main one that the women desk must report to the office of the secretaries in the regions, in the provinces, and in the national. Then we realized that this is causing a bit of conflict, and it also bring problems to all of us, not understanding exactly what is happening. And we realized that the president is an accounting officer of Santaco, so is the chairperson of the provinces and the chairpersons of the regions. And then we resolved that women must report directly to the chairpersons of the provinces. Again, as we all know, I'm the national chairperson, I'm sitting with the NB, so I become an NOB member. And then in provinces, we will expect the provinces also in the POBs to include the chairpersons of women. That allows Santaco women to have an opportunity to, in the meeting where she will report, give a progress, challenges, so then we can be assisted. As you can remember that the purpose of the formation of Women Desk was to make sure that women are capacitated before they are taking positions of the leadership. It is the responsibility of the leadership to do that. And the other one was the issue of the inclusion of women, of Santaco women in the constitution. We all understand that we cannot have a separate constitution as we are the baby of the taxi industry. But again, we have a challenge where the constitution is very silent when it's coming to us as women, since we are the formation of the industry by the same body that I'm standing in front of, who make and take the resolution that there must be a Santaco women desk. And then when we go to other provinces, the challenge is the funding, because when you wanted the funding for women and the Santaco constitution is not saying anything, then it becomes a problem. So what we say that we actually, the secretary has wrote a letter to the Secretary General of Santaco. We're hoping that the Secretary General of Santaco has informed the provinces of the request that we did. Also, what is going to happen is the policy document that was actually crafted by the mainstream, it still remains. But what is going to happen? It's going to be amended and suit what we feel that it's going to be talking to us. And then the other thing was the positions. We know that, as I said, that the reason for the existence of the women desk was not to have a separate structure within the Santaco, but it was actually trying to address the issues of inequality. But again, you wouldn't take a person that is not capacitated enough to because of the gender and put that person in that position. So the responsibility was that women must be capacitated. But I think from 2006 to today, there are women that are ready to lead in the mainstream. So let us not be co-opted, because if you are co-opted, you are limited. So what we are saying that when the national list is going to election 2026 president, women must be elected from the structure of the women desk, of the Santaco women. And also in the provinces, when they go for election, women from, I wouldn't say, we don't want to be specific and say the certain position, because we all know that when we are elected, we are not elected because we know or we've got an experience. Sometimes we know how to lobby and we then get elected, because we don't want to see the industry falling apart because we say we want to exist. So we are not saying that it must be a particular position that must be seconded to stand in for elections in the provinces, but it will be the women who will be competent enough that can sit and lead together with the mainstream. So one position, we are not asking, supposed to be 30% as per the resolution, but we say let's start somewhere and see how far we can go. And there's always somewhere that, you know, when we say we'll do, at some point we need to do it. So we said, now let's action that. So then again, we've experienced a lot of challenges in terms of women when they're going for elections, because we find that the space is very much interfered by our colleagues. So then women decided that because this needs to be a free and fair election, let women handle their affairs as women, and then of course will be assisted as in terms of capacity as well. But there must be an electoral committee for women that will be set up at the national level and at the provincial level. So each and every province will have an electoral committee that will be set up for women that will be responsible to run with the elections of the regions, and then they will be assisted, as we said, that we in the position that we need to learn these things. Some of us, we are not at that point to know everything, but with the leadership that we have, we are hoping that we will be getting an assistance, but we need to be assisted again, because as I said, that we've experienced so many problems in terms of when we go for elections for women, where things don't go according to what the women want, and we end up not electing the people that we want to elect as the women. We elect those people that they need to be elected. So we are trying to run away, because every province they're crying about that one. So that's one of the things. In terms of the cross-border meter taxi and scholar transport, I wouldn't say much about the scholar transport, but I will talk about the cross-border, because cross-border does exist, and we have one member that is sitting in the NEC representing the cross-border. Again, we cannot do without aligning ourselves with what the Santaco is doing. So we need the direction of the Santaco first in terms of how do they intend to collaborate or to bring them in. The how part, it's the very same how part that we are going to use as women. But in the meantime, what we are saying, just to keep us going while the Santaco is about to resolve. Because the women are there, they exist, they've got their executives. So we say from the meter taxi will join us on regional level. I know that there has been an issue where in one of the provinces that have taken, they've done the elections for women, that they insisted that one woman must be elected, but it did not happen, because you cannot expect that the meter taxi is only 5 women and the Santaco and the midi taxi is like 50, then you expect that there's women that will be elected. So there must be a way just to make sure that there is a representation of the meter tax. So let me just pause from there, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Huye oziholayo. Huye oziholayo. Wathinta imbokoto. Wathinta abafazi. Hey, wabona ntwetsa diamphazamisa tsena. Yeah. And I'm preventing ukuthi ningafi. Ile nto ndithi ndibanikeze. bayenze into zabo as they want. Thank you so much, Ma'am Mapumulo, for the brief resolutions that you pointed out to all of us, and indeed we've heard them, and we believe also in writing those resolutions will reach the provinces so that they can cascade down to the constituencies. Thank you so much. Without any waste of time, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to call Utato Siakamela, Mr. Siakamela, to come and handle the part of messages of support by our partners. Very briefly, Ntate Siakamela, you can handle that. Thank you so much. Aropen Ntate Siakamela matsowan. Hi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Santaco is big. Santaco in already business partners. And what is it that attracts people or business people to come to Santaco? Number one, a very, very important key membership. President o buile ka website ya rona e leng gore e santse e reflect strength sa rona in terms of membership. We need to okay. Ne ba mfa me botlhokwa ke ya gore re se ke ra lebala gore this session is live on YouTube. As we speak, ba re shile ko gae kwa. President Mabani o buile ka botlhokwa ba website ya rona gore our website doesn't look good. We still need to work on it. And mo website ya rona o santse go reflect the strength sa rona. Hence, request for all leaderships in provinces, in regions, in associations, membership, Sanzero prioritize, because that is our strength. If we speak about business, you speak numbers. The more numbers you have, the more you attract business partners. Now, one space, ki batla gore re lebelle ke tlo kopa chairperson wa di universities tse leng teng mo South Africa atle le Eugene for Pelefan Ntate Phedu ke batla fela in 2 minutes re bolelle ka the space ya bana ba sekolo e leng gore rona re le Santaco re neglectile. And then up to so far, what is it that they are doing in terms of transport? In 2 minutes, chairperson at University in South Africa and Eugene. These are the people that we need. Baba Yang, Baba Itzing, Baba Muvang, Le Bope, Lohore. Tomorrow, where do we want to see Santaco? Ubilen tate Timkulu. Some of us are hodile, so technology are siya. So, ladies and gentlemen, agi kupenta te Phedu a re bolelle gore bona go di universities in Baira.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you. Just in terms of statistics, I don't know, you know, we've got 15 million learners and students in South Africa. 18 million are from grade 0, grade R, up to grade 12. Those are the schools nationally. I think the scholar transport is playing in that space. And then when they leave matric, it's almost 2 million of them. 1 million TVET colleges, we've got 50 TVET colleges and 350 campuses. Because each TVET has got about 5 campuses. From Gungundlovu, wherever. Tshwane North, so they are spread all over. And then we've got 26 universities. In those universities, we've got 1 million students as well. And some of them, most of them are funded by NFSAS as well. So the issue of student mobility is something that we've been discussing, also in partnership with the University of Johannesburg, where we want to pilot this, had meetings with SRCs, both from vets and, you know, to get insight on what is their needs across what we call student mobility. Now, students who are in post-secondary, that is college and university, most of them, they study locally. Have something by grade 0 to grade 12. Basale mo high, bako amaskrali, bako wherever. But immediately they go to universities. Unfortunately, it's not every town that has got a university. So their first problem is what we call migration. They travel from home to where they are going to study. Maybe you are from Toyando, you have applied at UJ. So the next problem is to transit from what you call scholar transport. Now you need migration. You are a migratory student. So there are lots of them. And we are also doing a study on who are the students, where are they from, so that we can assist them in terms of almost 4 times in a year. In January, when they must go to universities, in June, when they must go home, in July, when they must return to universities, and in December, when they must go back home. There's no plan, and we approach Santaco because you are the first mile, the second mile. There's no little village, even informal settlements, that does not have a one. There is one taxi already, and so on. So we've been doing that, working with through AI, Professor Jide at UJ, to do what you call a digital map of where our campus is located throughout South Africa, and what then becomes the needs. That's their first problem. The migration, your child, papa ke a Joburg, ke batla tšhelete, ke batla tšhelete ya ya frenageng, ke tlhako Ngamakwe, you know, that's, you know, the problems, because these are your kids who migrate for the first time. They go out of town, unless if there is a university around them. The second problem is when they are now at the university town, when they are now studying at UJ Vets, how do they move every day? Because it's not all of them that who live on campus. Only 40% nationally live on campus. So the capacity of the university is that there will always be this private university, private accommodation. And that private accommodation space has been taken over by private buses instead of it and disrupting your own profit, whatever possibilities. So we need to bring you in smaller shuttles on how you move them now from one rest every morning to the university, throughout to the library over weekends. And so we are doing those 2 studies. Big migration in America, they call it homecoming, the biggest movement of students going to universities. Others, Omuna Limpopo, Osena Cape Town, Omuna Cape Town, Osena Limpopo. So they move all over. We want to study that. But for most of the time, it's local travel, at least 5 times, 10 times a week. During the week, sometimes on Saturdays, because libraries are also open. Through the SRC, what we call the student mobility desk, so that they can tell us what their problems are. We've done that research, but we still have to document it, and we'll do it now in June. I think me and Eugene, we are meeting the 26 universities. They've got SRCs. We're meeting them in East London because they've got their conference to change over through what they call SAUS. SAUS is the South African Union of Students, which is a representative body for all the TVET colleges, or for all the universities, and so on, so that we can also at SAUS level sell this mobility plan. What it would then mean is that the next step, remember, with private accommodation, it's accredited by NFSAS and universities. So Santaco must be accredited as a service provider. So the NHS has got, for instance, they've got about 2,000 for the whole year for transport. It can be paid through the rides that the student does, instead of giving them money, because currently they pay every day. So we can bill them. With private accommodation, they bill NFSAS monthly for them to receive one big check, and it's paid from there. So we must develop a system where we understand the mobility, who's on NFSAS, who's not on NFSAS, and how Santaco local taxis and so on can be accredited. Obviously, only on those university towns, not throughout the country. So it's quite an ambitious project. When I met Mr. Shange and then I met these guys, I thought they would not be excited about it. But we have moved so much that I can tell you by end of this year, Santaco will have a research chair for the first time with the University of Johannesburg, and so that they can do all these high level things that we don't understand. We can do with the Johannesburg Business College or Business School, which is part of UJ. We can do accreditation as well in terms of that. So targeting the training model that we have so that we can accredit, teacher can always pay, and so on. So those are the two big projects that why I've been here. And I must tell you, I mean, I've never seen anything like that. You are the biggest Black organization. I'm so proud. I was telling Eugene that even when I came here, I decided, let me park my car in Amaskral. I took the taxi. I'm going to a taxi conference. Let me support the local government. I paid about 35 rand to Bosman. Hey, it was quite drama because they were via Maraba start, via Marabi, and so on. You change from this taxi to this one. I said, so I was quite excited. But I think we must find a way in which we bring these 2 million students, because once you service them, they will experience you. There's no Uber that will take you from Toyando to here. At TUT, we used to collect students from Newcastle through taxis. Even at UWC, we used to make sure that whether these kids arrive at 2 a.m., we used to open the campus so that the taxis can drop these kids, especially during the big migration and so on. So I don't know in terms of money how much it is, but it's a huge thing. And I think within the next, the current chairperson of NFSAS was the chairperson of NYDA. He's very young and he's very smart. And I think you'll understand this then. But the biggest thing, again, is how do we also create opportunities for these kids? Many of them are doing tourism. They want to come into your space, into your taxi ranks, and provide what you call, information desks. They want to bring that. They want to modernize. They want to bring the digital solutions. They want to do a lot of other things. But once we have structured it, we will be. I was telling Rebecca now that with the taxi news, we can get students who are studying journalism throughout the country to make sure that the taxi news reflects the local realities of the commuters as well. So in terms of youth, I'm not worried. Once we've got the structures, they are easy to come in. All they need is exposure, internship, experience. And once they do that, they are the ones who will be selling Santaco through Instagram the best way that they know. Thank you so much. And sorry for taking me more than 2 minutes. Thank you.
That was worth it. That was worth it. Arufeng Eugene le ntate Phekulu matsogo wa gaetso. Santaco will never be the same again. Le utlwile. Ke tlo kopa icebo lethu. Icebo lethu ha le ka lebella dilo tse di tletseng fa. Hey man, ba re thusitse man. Awa ba re thusitse. Baba. Yeah, no. Yeah. Somebody khotla dilo tsa teng. Wa bona ke tsona yana. Hai, ke tsona. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome icebo lethu.
Icebo Lethu was founded 16 years ago as a burial company offering dignified burial services to the Black communities. Over the years, Icebo Lethu has been trusted by many organizations, including the taxi industry, where we have partnered with different associations and offered dignified burials when called upon. The taxi industry is one of the pillars of our economy, and Icebo Lethu prides itself for being able to add dignity and value to people who have dedicated their lives in ensuring that our people get to school, work, places of leisure, and back home safely. Through dedication, commitment, and excellent service, the company has established itself as a respectable financial services provider more than a funeral parlor. The introduction of the loyalty rewards was the first step on the company's journey to re-establish itself as a lifestyle brand. Through Icebo Lethu's I Save Rewards, their clients benefit on rewards up to 4,500 Rand on a monthly basis. You might have seen Icebo Lethu adverts with the payoff line, a funeral policy that pays itself, and wondered what this means. Well, let me explain. An average Icebo Lethu policy costs 120 rands. You qualify for up to 4,500 rand benefits from Icebo Lethu partners such as Pick n Pay, ShopRite, or Checkers, or fast food retail such as Debonairs, Steers, Nails, and Icebo Lethu clients also get discounts even when watching movies at Star Kinaka or Metro. If you are a soccer fan, that Icebo Lethu gives you discount on PSL soccer tickets. If your lifestyle involves traveling and you require a car hire, Icebo Lethu have partnered with Woodfoot Car to give you discounts. This also extends to educational platforms like Microsoft packages. These added benefits are available to all Icebo Lethu corporate packages. This means any corporate that signs up for Icebo Lethu Group scheme will be giving their employees these added benefits on monthly basis, which is why Icebo Lethu emphasizes on selling lifestyle products. Rest assured, when that unfortunate death happens, they will bury you with dignity. In January 2025, we reconfirmed our commitment to industry, and that was one step of many to be taken in ensuring that dignity is sustained in the industry. Through our relationship with the taxi industry, Icebo Lethu Group has created tailor-made funeral products to address the needs of members, from as little as 145 rands for members and their families, as little as 120 rands for their dependents to cater for their burial needs. Members can also choose to select additional benefits such as catering, inkomo, and tombstone cover at an affordable additional cost. What value do you get when partnering with Icebo Lethu? 16 years of experience in the industry. You are joining a partner with over 150 branches across South Africa, which makes it easy to service you. We have also expanded our footprint through the Boxer network, where you can find all Icebo Lethu services. You will be partnering with 2,100 strong workforce. You will have access to iSave rewards, giving you real value every month. Thank you for partnering with Icebo Lethu. We are committed to providing you a dignified service. Icebo Lethu has a team of professionally trained account executives who are ready to take you through these options and guide you to select the best one for your employees or yourself. Icebo Lethu Group is committed to adding value to you while you are alive. This has inspired Icebo Lethu Group's way of life. We do life with you.
with all your NEC members, Esco Menko, ngiyanibingelela. Ninjani ngoda? As a person who grew up Makaya, Potchefstroom, Kapoboy, growing up taking taxis, I must say, President, I'm quite impressed sitting here from the morning when I listen to how the industry is shaping itself for the future. I'm also more impressed listening to how the data is used. Every speaker that came in here has information about the data and data. And I think Santaco members in AGM, I'm hearing it's an AGM for the first time, but I just think you guys deserve a very good round of applause. Well done, and they will be future better. The video is introduced with to ease for those who are not familiar. I'm not going to speak too much about that, but one thing I can say, the apparel industry where we come from is also experiencing same challenges that you guys are experiencing, where the industry is coming from very much being formalized and sustaining for the future. And I'm sure our group CEO, Dr. Nomfundo Zondo, Zondo, when she comes in later, she's going to elaborate more on that. My task today is to say one thing that we are very sure of, and Nani, you are very sure of, over and above counting money and everything else, is that in life there are two things that are certain. It's said taxman is certain to collect his tax from you. I believe now move away from VAT, they're now dealing with fuel levy, as well at some point that will occur sometime in our lives. We are a general business that has obviously engaging with industry, with yourselves. We've come up with a package that is available to all taxi associations that are across the country and endorsed by the leadership. I'm sure they'll speak more on that. I just want to have a full introduction what we cover in there. And all of that is aiming to make sure that should your member pass away, there's a dignified funeral that you provide. Policy covers your main member, your spouse. I know there are people who've got more than one spouse in this life. That one will find a way how you count spouse with your spouse covered, and up to 6 children. Obviously, those who've got more than 6 children can add children, but the cover and the pricing is currently started with 6 children who are under the age of 23. The extended members, which will be your second wife, your parents-in-laws, your siblings, your aunts, or your kids that are above 25, that for whatever reason are not working, they are also covered as well, but they will pay an extra for that. The waiting period is split into two. I know for those who understand the insurance language, there's always this thing called a waiting period. If you take a policy now, your association, there's no waiting period. After July, there will be a 2 months waiting period. So chairpersons of various tax associations, please go back and speak to associations. They must call us to come and present this now before July comes, where the waiting period will start to create some issues there and there. High level, I think we've got 3 packages. One is for 50,000 cover, one is 7,000 cover, one is 100,000 cover. For every policy, there must be an amount associated with it, because that amount is the one that is actually used to pay for the benefits. I mean, I know you guys have seen some brochures, and the brochures are available outside. Those are customized packages. One thing I tell, if you coming to us, you're not a policy member, you want to buy some of these packages, you're definitely not going to pay the 50,000 or 70,000 or 100,000. You'll pay more for than that. But it's actually safe if you actually take a policy beforehand, and then for your members and everything else. We do have a package as well, which is currently limited up to 30,000 for drivers. And I know one of the things we spoke about it today is about formalizing of the driver contracts benefits. And one of the things about the employee benefit they speak about, I know some of the drivers, which is also industry, they are not that much responsible, and the families come to you when they've passed away. You can actually take cover for them. That's up to 30,000 for your drivers as well. So this is not just for owners only, but it includes the drivers. This is just high level. The brochures are outside. I'm going to speak to that. It starts for as low as 145 rand for the family. For 50,000 cover, for 100,000 cover is 280. And you can also choose your calculations. Some of these is some done. Some of the formal insurance companies out there. And I think in terms of kids, I mean, if you have a child that's up to 1 year, we pay 12.5%. Then obviously 1 to 5 years, 25%. Because I mean, 100,000 to bury a child of less than 1 year is not feasible. Obviously, there's a legislation that covers that, and that's what covers it for us. We do pay out within 24 to 48 hours once a claim has been lodged. And as I said before, these products are designed for the tax industry. So if you walk into our offices on your own, you're not going to be able to buy this, but you buy as a group, as an association at various levels. I understand there are various levels. You definitely can pay us what either you pay us monthly, quarterly, or annually. It's up to you, but you're looking for that. And there's a way of managing the data of the members, including the drivers. Drivers move up and down every month. Move to a next door and things like that. That's designed for us. So on that note, just a product, we want to say as our president, I was speaking to your members outside and saying we are also sitting in the commissions and the reports that are coming through. There's quite a number of collaborations that we can actually engage on. I mean, I was quite impressed by the utility presentation now to say we also come in and says, how else can we assist the industry? The product is just one thing. What you like to see, sustainable taxi industry, that also in partnership with ourselves as a business, because we are here for the future. On that note, I just want to say, I congratulate you again for a wonderful presentation. I mean, AGM that you've had, and we are looking for more. And I'm sure our CEO will come in later to join you and in AGM. And thank you very much, President. Where is iTravel? A colleague of mine was supposed to say one word. See, I don't know. We can't see him. Where is he now? iTravel. Gone. Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I reflect to a big round of applause. Re-encourage the members tsa rona go tsaya the policy ba gaetso. We might take it light, but this is very, very important. There was a situation with Zirast. One of our member passed on, and there was nothing. Stupidness bola ko mushari. And I had to call the president. Karen Tatitsebe, we are sitting with a big problem here. It's almost weeks. There's no money, there's nothing. What is it that can be done? Within 2 days, President Mfuni is umbrella, and I'm sending people by Eta Batlo Rana a dignified funeral. So but we must be very careful that such they don't happen. Let's make sure that our members are being taken care of as far as burials are concerned. iTravel. First time, I'm gonna move quick. I know Vilomac. What? Representative from Vilomac here. Mercedes-Benz. Ah. Oh. M10. Oh, Mercedes is here. Oh, no, thanks. You. Yeah, no. Get la bua le Rebecca o tla etsa ra ba prepare ka fale. Because nako ya rona e nyane. O tla introduce a team how again. Thanks, man.
Thank you, Program Director. One. Lina laka ke Mpho Ramantjiu. Kelly says Gugu, who is our Finance and Insurance Manager, and Adrian Moodley, Rebecca Co Sales, Mercedes-Benz Commercial Vehicles Airport, CCV. Honorable President of Santaco, Mr. Abnatsebe, members of the National Office Bearers, National Executive Committee, and Management Council, provincial, regional, and local leaders, associations, operators, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today we gather here not merely to witness a scheduled event, but to celebrate a defining moment in the journey of South African taxi industry, the inaugural Santaco National Annual General Meeting. As Mercedes-Benz Boksburg, under the profound banner of Motors Automotive Retail, aligned with Mercedes-Benz South Africa, we extend our heartfelt congratulations to you, the pioneer of this new chapter. This AGM stands as a powerful symbol, not just of organizational progress, but a bold and determined sector that continues to drive transformation from the ground up. We recognize and deeply respect that what we celebrate today was not born out of convenience. It emerged through resilience, forging in a time of unprecedented hardships. The COVID-19 pandemic tested the very core of leadership across industries. Post-pandemic could never have been easy, but the challenges did not break you. They built you. You lean on each other, stood together, and pushed forward with unwavering purpose. And for that, we salute you. There's an African proverb that appears to be President Zebe's favorite that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Today, this proverb echoes louder than ever. What we are witnessing here is not just an administrative gathering. It is embodiment of going far together. The taxi industry is the heartbeat of South Africa, of South African public transport. It is woven into the fabric of everyday life, connecting workers to jobs, students to schools, and families to opportunities. And behind that vital service are men and women, men and women operators, drivers, mechanics, and leaders who give everything every day to keep South Africa moving. At Mercedes-Benz Boksburg, we are proud to stand alongside you, not as mere suppliers, but as long-term partners in progress. We understand the depth of your vision. We know that economic empowerment, transparency, and professionalism are not just ideals, but imperative for the future. That is why we take this moment to reaffirm our enduring commitment to industry and to the great organization through ongoing collaborations with individual operators, associations, regional structures, provincial formations, and the national leadership. We pledge to walk this road with you. We are committed to ensuring that the taxi industry is served by a fleet that is not only reliable and robust, that is a Mercedes-Benz, but safe, sustainable, and aligned to the highest standards. The people of South Africa deserves nothing less, and we are proud to support an industry that delivers daily. To that end, we reiterate our open door policy, whether it's vehicles that sufficiently uphold and support the taxi industry's vital road safety ideas. Our robust engineering, rigorous safety standards, and reliable performance work together with your commitment to safer roads and responsible transport. Together, we can reduce accidents, protect passengers and drivers, and build public confidence in the taxi industry. Let us not only imagine but realize a future where South African taxi industry stands as a global model for self-sufficiency, safety, and excellence. Let us ensure that the youth growing up in this country look at the sector, at the taxi sector, not just as a passengers, but as future participants, innovators, and leaders. And so, as the historic AGM draws to a close, may your discussions be rich, your decisions forward-looking, and your unity unbreakable. Let this not be the end of something that has started, but the beginning of something great. We congratulate you once again. We thank you for your trust, your support, and we look forward to the road together. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Let's give them another round of applause. iTravel, Mephumzile Njankazi. Oh, Kintad. Oh, one. Phumzile. Sorry, Ntat. Kintad. Hi, thank you.
Afternoon, colleagues. It's Phumzile Njankazi from iTravel. I always get to that understanding that like I should be a lady, maybe in the previous life. Okay. We appreciate that we are part of this August conference for Santaco. As iTravel is a subsidiary of Itoboletu Group. As my group executive has already spoken before me, I think like you've understood what the group main business is about. But with that, there's also subsidiary businesses that support the group activities and operations. I think maybe like I should have spoken before the group executive so that like we follow the African culture of understanding that like the junior doesn't speak before or after the king. But
ensure that there's professionalism in our service, as we are always looking to be dynamic and creative in terms of providing our services. We constantly reinvent ourselves through our mission to ensure that there is transformed services and offerings that we provide. And our travel and interaction, we keep it personal, not only by emails and so on, but we ensure that like we always communicate to our travelers. And we always for excellence in whatever that we do. Travel is something that like we use as well, like in terms of the taxi industry, as we also service other clients of ours. That means that with that partnership, the partnership that iTravel builds with Santaco should continue, as we will be traveling most people together and ensuring that we all discover the world. I thank you.
Thank you, thank you. iTravel is a very important partner, Yarona. As we are pressed with time, ke tlo kopa gore ba re 2 o'clock we must be out of this place. We only booked until 2 o'clock. And the company can draw. Ke tlo kopa gore some of the business partners ake ba acknowledge gore ba teng. Just gore re kgone go keep nako. Re na le Altrek, re na le iCamva, Upside teng, Halfway Toyota teng, re na le Toyota South Africa. Some of them battle teng go gala dineng, they are still going to present. Re na le our brother here from Tita, Ntate Ramodisa Lamwitsi. He won't feel better ke sa mmitsa. Bile na sa tlile fela fa mo pele. Re na le TRSA, Taxi Choice, IMS. Ke a itse gore ba tlo mpolaya ge ke sa ba bitsa gore ba bue fana, but because of time ke tlo kopa fela gore ke ba acknowledge. Re na le Lamwitsi Ntate Muswane Matsi o na le ko teng fana ka iCamva. Sorry, yeah. O tlile ka company e nngwe ba e bitsa iCamva, o teng ka fana re na le ena. So ke tlo kopa ke bitse Zakhele, Mami Taxi Parts. O kae Zakhele? Atumela ko we mitlo. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. To the President, Tsebe. Hello? Oh, okay. Yes, I'm from Mami Taxi Parts. We supply taxi parts for the cars when they get into accidents. We bring good alternatives to repair the car. But today, because of the time now, won't take long. And today we decided as Mami Taxi Parts to bring some gifts. So we're gonna do a quick raffle, and we have a bull bar and some silver kits. So yes, we're gonna do a quick raffle, and we're gonna ask the president to pull some numbers out of the head. Yeah, just for three times. Yes. Yes. We're gonna. Yes. Yes. Cool. Yes, that's how we normally do it. Yes. All right. All right. Okay. We have some. Yes. 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 I'm just gonna explain. Okay. So the numbers on the head are for are the numbers on the attendance register. So whatever number we're gonna pull here, we're gonna pull a reference on the attendance register. Yeah.
Tla re lokiseng ka pela bagaetso. Ke a itse ba bangwe ba consent gore nna ga ka kwala self number. No, re bone gore e tlo waste nako because of the activity di dintsi. Ra re bo mme fale ba administration ko officing ba tseye attendant register as and when we sign then ba allocate the number ba di tsenya ka fa. So everyone o signileng attendant register o teng ka fa. It is transparent. And how will I larganara audit after this draw?
Three numbers, we pull three numbers. Stataka, service kids. Okay. Yes, but we'll pull one at a time. We'll pull it one at a time.
25.
Yes. Number 25. Number 25, key.
Mr. Mtombeni R from Limpopo.
Madam Tombeli.
Yes. Citizen service gate. Yangin data. Siyabonga Baba Mtombe. Hey. Thank you. Yes, we'll go to this. Thank you. That. Take a picture. Okay. Okay. Bye. For this.
There we 34.
Number 34. 34 give man. Okay.
34 ke Mr. Lumbela Gaspar.
The last one is 28.
Twenty-eight ke Mr. Mpikhalala A Limpopo.
Oh, this is not right. Evan Limpopo. I live feeling. Congratulations. Congratulations. Bulba, Bulba.
All right.
Hala Limpopo, hala. Hala cross border, hala. Hala Baba Lumbela, hala. Baba Mtombe. I know. No, definitely. This one, I took auditing. It was fair and transparent.
Oh.
Ke na le a bofelo. Ba ka mpolaya. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give the winners a great round of applause. To those who didn't win, I'm going to give a second chance. MTN, T, Mara, Harowina, no. MTN ke re batla e be le bosigo, so I'll fetsa o tlhapa le rapeng. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Olivia Shivambu from MTN.
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you to the President of Santaco and the leadership for offering us this opportunity to be here with you on this historic event, your first AGM. As MTN, we are proud to be here and we are happy that you invited us. It's very true, we are going to have a lot of prizes to give away at MTN. Just to give you a hint, we are going to give a router, a 5G router, which is 5,000 rand and not one. So please listen to my presentation as there might be questions as we go along. So mine is going to be a test. You have to answer questions first. And I also want to make a commitment from MTN, say, on your second AGM, President and your leadership team, we are going to make sure that your draws and everything are digital. So we'll do digital registration. I believe there's a lot of young people here who can help work with the MTN team for us to create digital registration and digital draws. So we won't be doing the raffle anymore. We're going to move with time. Thank you so much. Looks like we're not winning with the presentation. Thank you. So, as I've already indicated, my name is Olivia Shibambu. I'm happy to say I'm also from Limpopo. So when you see people winning, let's try to associate yourself with them. But I will try to make sure that at this one, not the winners should not come from Limpopo because I might be audited. At MTN, we say, today we make moves. I'm sure you've seen a lot of MTN commercials that talks about today we make moves. What do we mean when we make moves when we are in the taxi industry? This relationship with Santaco started like about a year ago in different regions. We've had our presentations, but we decided to take it further and make sure that we make real moves. So when I was looking at the Santaco logo, and looking at the MTN line saying, today we make moves, I was so excited to say, okay, it says today we make moves, but then to make a move, sometimes you need an engine, right? You can't have a car and say, now we're making moves, but your car doesn't have an engine. And then I went to my AGM to say, I want to make moves with the engine behind the nation. So that will make real moves. I'm here today to announce to you that MTN has formed partnership with Santaco Gauteng. So next time when I say I'm not here alone, I came with my team, I'll expect the Gauteng team to stand up because they are our MTN shop. They are an extension of MTN selling MTN products. Thank you, Tim. It was a long journey that we took. If the team can remind me, I think it took about 8 months, if not 7 months, to complete the partnership. It was not easy because we were getting pushback to say, but Santaco cannot be registered as a reseller because there are partners that are selling there. But I said, but then why not give them an opportunity to be a partner as well? We had a lot of pushbacks until we had GM who came up and said, let's give them a try. Let's give them this opportunity. So officially, you are like when you go to a mall and see a BRC store selling MTN product, it's exactly the same commercial that you are having. It's a partnership where MTN is going to sell our product through you, meaning commissions will be paid to Santaco for every sale that will be made through Santaco. And I'm happy to announce that we've got a first router that was sold and delivered successfully. I hope it will not be the first and the last. Team, I trust you that it's going to be the first of many more to come. So we partnered with Santaco to sell prepaid products. You've got the numbers, as you have already indicated. I don't want to show you the numbers now, but if you can see how much the partners are making out of your base, be shocked. So I trust you to put together a very strong team that will aggressively go out in the market and claim back what's rightfully yours. We are not saying you must go and move partners out. You are selling business to business products. When I say business to business, you are selling to taxi owners and your drivers, not to consumers. You are selling to businesses. There's a lot of products that you can sell from MTN. And I've heard through the different presentations that have been said, there's a lot of solutions besides selling SIM cards, selling contracts, selling routers. There's a lot of solutions that we'll be able to sell through you. I'm looking forward to getting innovative ideas coming from this side, this house, because we don't want to go and build products and say, go and sell. We want to build together with you. Come up with suggestions to say, this is what we think will sell in our industry, because I understand you know your industry more than we do. So here we are saying together, MTN, as we make moves with the engine behind the nation, we are going to be number one in everything that we are going to do together. If you look, I've got some flyers. I'm not sure if they've put them on your tables. We've got routers special. We've got what we call FRA routers. We've got a special for a router. Sorry, it's a uncapped data. And we also have capped data, different speeds you can see here on the screen that will be able to send. Santaco Gauteng, as an office, they managed to purchase their first router and it was delivered during the gala dinner. If possible, I would like them to come and indicate to you, because you're going to save a lot as an office. For example, if you look at the cost of how much you're paying for data at the moment and what we are offering to you to sell, I think I've got a slide. Yes. If you look at the screen, that's the router that you will be selling. The normal price used to be $599, and then you will be selling it for $389. But we also have uncapped, which you are going to sell for $399 at a speed of 5 megabits per second. So these products that you are going to sell, it's something that's highly in demand. There is no one who will say they don't use data at home. And I believe you are all using different service providers. But if you buy from Santaco, you know every time you recharge your phone, every time you use data, every time your kids play games, commission part of whatever you are spending on a daily basis will be helping as it will be going to commission to Santaco. So I've indicated that we partnered with Santaco Gauteng. This is not limited to Santaco Gauteng. Obviously, with every project, there has to be a pilot. We are going to roll this opportunity to all regions because the agents in Gauteng will not go and sell, for example, in Northern Cape. It will be fair and very expensive to do that. We'll have agents in each and every region. We'll have partnership in each and every region, but together they will be under Santaco umbrella. So that's the opportunity that I wanted to share. I know that there might be people who might qualify to get contracts because for contracts you need to have certain requirements to apply, which we are also trying to relax. I spoke to my GM this morning who apologized because he couldn't make it. He's in a conference in Bloemfontein. Said, let's explore with legal. What's the risk if we say a business owner doesn't have CIPC document, but they've got a taxi permit to show that they are a taxi person, a business person? Can we try looking at that and say instead of a CIPC document, we'll take that as well as proof of business for contract application? Because we agree, we understand that if you've got a permit, you are known to your structure, and there's no way we'll say it's a risk to give you because you don't have a CIPC document. So we'll give you feedback soon as to whether that will be accepted, but I'm hoping and planning to get that one across the board. But besides that, we also have the business prepaid offers that we have as well, what we call the made for scorecard. These are prepaid, but they are highly discounted bundles as well. We're also going to have fixed LTE. So there is a lot of solutions that Santaco will be selling. I'm saying Santaco, not only Santaco Gauteng, because this is going to be a national project which has been piloted in Gauteng, which has started in Gauteng, but we want to take it, as you are talking about, commercializing your business and making making business out of the base that you have. It's very true. Numbers don't lie, and partners will always come to you because of your numbers. So if we can help you put together your database digitally so that when you go to partners and say, we've got a business opportunity, here is a base, it should be something that will even have contact numbers. We're going to create a database for you, a digital one that you're going to use. I'm not going to talk about all the products that we have, but it's a lot. But I want to open this opportunity for people with creative minds to come bring together your solution or your challenges that you're having in the taxi industry to say, help us in terms of data analytics. How do we get data based on like what are customers using every day? Where are customers going? Let's help. So let's build a solution or an app that will help in creating data that can be used. There's cloud services. There's a lot of opportunities and a lot of services that we'll be building. But for your product, I want us to build together with you. We don't want to build products for you without you. We want us to build together. We are going to give some giveaways at the gala dinner. There's an MTN stand outside. If you are interested in applying for a router, which you are buying. So today, that's not an MTN stall. It's a Santaco shop. We're just waiting for co-branding, but it's a Santaco shop. So you can go there, leave your name. We'll contact you because we understand that today you will be in a hurry. Just leave your details. We'll contact you. Those details will be put together in a raffle box, which we are going to do a draw. We're going to give a power banks. We're going to give one person who will be interested in a router a 1-year free subscription, unlimited data for the full year. You'll start paying on your second year. Thank you so much.
Hala MTN hala. Tukupa are collaboration ya leadership Gauteng le Sister Olivia. Kopa Gauteng ya Lebanon. Gauteng ya re leadership ya Gauteng. Picture. Come in the front. Come to the front. Yes. Come to the front. Let's say Olivia. This is a milestone, Bakhaitsu. Signing such a very big deal. We can't just let it go unnoticed. T-Man. Ntate Mali. Oh, thanks for your leadership. Yeah. 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 Black Business Council. Ntate Mofokeng o teng? O teng Ntate Mofokeng? Okay. Hey. Okay. Oh. Oh, ba bua. O re break gona no. Okay. Okay. Ra leboga MTN, Olivia, leadership ya Gauteng. We are going to break for lunch. Nagwe we are going to break for lunch. We'll come back at 3. 1 hour. Yeah, we are just coming back for 1 hour and then we are done. Yeah, we are afraid because already get two dijogale dia peilwe and then harkaja later than this because it's healthy. So our DJ sampan dil fresh. Rebuwe re le fresh. Arba to gala dinenzele but wa go toilet. Yeah, no, ari yemba khaitu leadership leader
terms of our resolutions and in terms of what the president is saying. Before I call the next item, Gumamun Mazola, be ready. Before I call her to the fourth, I want to emphasize what the DSG has said, that as Santaco, we are a member-based organization. And we had in the presentations from the commissions, the 300 rand per member per annum is not enough to run an organization like this. But at least it is a base. It forms a base. We have to build on it and make sure that we gather other funds from other sources so that we can run this organization very smoothly. We are busy in the elections. Preparations for elections are continuing. And we emphasize the fact that for legitimate elections to happen, people participating must be in good standing. Good standing meaning in all respect. They must have paid their membership, they must have an operating license and a vehicle, etc., and all those requirements. We are happy for a start to announce that we have started with membership cards. And we are going to call you to the fourth to come and receive your membership cards. It might not be all, but this is a start. We have started. Free State, either the secretary of the or the chairperson must come and accept the membership cards here. Free State, can you come forth, please, and receive? It's just some. We really encourage you to go and tell the associations to make sure that they pay, send in their proof of payments, and then they receive their cards. Thank you. We could not allow you as the leadership to be in here without those cards. Thank you so much. Gauteng? Gauteng is not here. Gauteng, oh, Ntate Mashishi kwa no teng. Ba re tanki ka wena Ntate Mashishi. Ne ke khutla le tsona. Oh. Hey, ba bona rona rena tšhelete. Ntate Mashishi, well done. These are the cards, membership cards for the province. Thank you so much. And as members will see, mine was in the pocket already because I received it. I couldn't preach a gospel that I don't believe in. Here is my membership card. Thank you so much. Limpopo. Limpopo, you can come forth. Show them the membership cards when you reach home. Please encourage every member to pay his dues so that we can move as an organization. And as it is, ladies and gentlemen, we said we don't encourage individuals to pay. We encourage members to pay via their associations so that it is orderly. It was brought to our attention that some members are not compliant. They don't abide by the rules of the association. They jump the association, the region, the province, and then they come and affiliate at national only to find out that they are not in good standing with their association. So everything must be done at the association. Northern Cape, here is your envelope. Northern Cape followed by Northwest. Northwest, ladies and gentlemen, is the front runner in terms of membership payment. Thank you so much, that human. Northwest is the front runner in terms of membership payment. This envelope is the one that is the heaviest. Can we give them a round of applause, please? Yeah, thank you, Ntate Sibigo, re a leboha. And then we have Eastern, Western Cape, Diverse Cup. Diverse Cup, the membership cards are here. It started with the leadership. So we please encourage that let associations pay. Thank you so much. We have the cross-border. Cross-border, we have some members that have paid from cross-border. We have their membership cards here. Thank you so much. Thank you, madam. And then lastly, we have the meter taxi. There are some members that have paid and we have their membership cards here. Meter taxis, oh, I thought there's nobody in the house. Mr. Shange is here and Mr. Klaas. Thank you so much, Babu Shange. Ladies and gentlemen, I was doing this so that it is proof that something is happening. We are not just talking, but we are working. So we really, yeah, we did not receive the payment or the whatever. I think there was confusion. SS secretary, no beninga kai leti la national, so we could not for now. We can't do that. I trust that one. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please, let's encourage our members to pay their membership. So I wanted to do it this way, President, so that the leadership of the industry must know that what we say is what we mean and we do implement where possible. Wawana chairman utibile ntate Mokgoro sa tlo receive mo. Jwale o phamisa letsoho. And please, we don't have time, ne? Ntate Mokgoro, can you say something? Yeah. When? Okay, thank you, it's fine. Thank you, it's not yours, bring it to me. No problem. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give Uma Mazolo a round of applause so that she can come and give us the forward in terms of what we have come here for. So please, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, SG. Good afternoon once again, leadership. So we are coming to the end of our AGM. So my job at this stage is to literally do the wrap up. So what happened is that initially we were going to do feedbacks of the commissions yesterday so that overnight we consolidate and present today. So please allow us rather to then do the consolidation post this workshop. What we have done here and for approval, amendments if there are any, is to give a roadmap as to how best we can take this forward. Once again, reminding each one of us to say, we will not have the money that we wish to actually. Thank you. I always say there's no DC person at national, so sometimes it's difficult. But we've got a PRO, maybe we should vest him with those powers to communicate. So what we are saying, we are acknowledging that we'll never have the money we need right now to actually do the full-on legal personnel on board, etc. We are saying, let us agree with what we have and what we know on the best way forward of consolidating and hopefully getting the best results that we need. So you'll see that even on this roadmap, I've been very careful as to not to put dates, but we need to peg a date when we should have done this. Otherwise, it will be open again for another 20 years, easily so, because that's where we are. So we are saying that this roadmap that we are showing, which is not a consolidation, but to say, what do we do post this? Outlines what we call the key milestones, responsibilities, and timeline for adoption and implementation of the revised Santaco Constitution and what we call going forward our national policy framework. Policy framework is those discussions we're talking about to say, what do we want to see in our policies? So the first one, and sorry, I thought I would have done this after the resolutions, but the chairperson of the session, being the president, will go through the resolutions. But we are saying post this AGM, the first thing we need to do is to circulate a revised draft of the constitution, policies and resolutions of all provinces for input. So we're saying we'll consolidate what came out of the commissions as best as we can. Then we say comment, because you could tell that we did not have enough time to comment to every single input. So we'll look at those themes that came out. These are the highest themes coming out, comment. But we will still circulate that matrix with all the 32 clauses to the provinces and say, provinces, please start the conversations. And the next thing then will be the provincial consultations. So SG, I think you will help me with timelines. We need to pick timelines. The consultations, ordinarily, obviously, you would have what you are seeing now with Pegasus, a whole team coming, consulting, etc. They are being paid a lot of money to do that kind of work. And we're saying, we don't have that budget. So we are saying, let us try and see in our provinces how we can best do this. So we are saying the province or PEC can then do what we call hosting, what we call the provincial briefing session, internal workshops, and submit written comments. So we are saying if then they cannot be traveling by the SG, my team, and office team, etc., let us see if the PEC can sit in their boardroom and we try and do hybrid consultations. Because TG is always crying about money. So it will be traveling, flying, etc. So if it doesn't have money, we'll do the digital consultations. Obviously, in person is much better because you are talking, etc. But I say, come what may, there is no longer an excuse that we can't do this because there's no money. The money was never there anyway. So what needs to be done is the work. So those consultations, we're saying hybrid, if possible, if not physical. Gauteng, for instance, Northwest, they're not too far. Perhaps we can then attend to that. After that, once we have gotten comments as best as we can then do what we call a consolidation and legal review. This is consolidating the comments, reviewing the draft amendments. Does this make sense? Does this need further clarification? And we're seeing, are these policies making sense? What is it that we have? And also to prepare legal insertions. So what we're going to do, all this presentation, we're going to put it in our beautiful platform. So once upon a time, it was a privilege to have these documents. We are now all privileged. Yes, we are now of privileged status. So we are putting all of this in that platform. It will be open for as long as you actually need it. By the way, in that platform, the photos of day 1 and 2 are now out. So please, it's no longer a privilege, it's a right for all of us. So that's phase 3, consolidation. Once consolidation has done, we then go to what we call our finalization and Meetnng approval. You know that Meetnng, the highest decision-making body then has to approve the final draft. So we are saying after. So we are saying that after we have, as much as we have received comments, we will then attempt to put together a first draft. And that first draft needs to go through the round once again. NOE, NEC, and ultimately approval to Meetnng. Initially, when we were at the policy conference, we had, President was very ambitious. He said within a few months. But if you don't have money, if you have money, you can do anything overnight. That's the honest truth. But I think at that time, our timeline was plus or minus 28 months, if I'm not mistaken, taking into account, going to the ground, getting comments from associations, regions, etc. So we are saying we want to then present a first draft of the constitution, goes through the rounds until we get to MENCO for ratification in a special conference for approval. So chances are it may not be the National Conference of Elective, but if it's so, so be it. And then we go to special conference where then we convene this meeting to adopt the final documents and appoint an implementation subcommittee. That implementation subcommittee, which obviously we will form committees in this constitution, will then be responsible for doing what we call the change management. I think it came out quite clear yesterday from the commissions to say, if you don't go and workshop these new changes, we will still be running on the old foot. So this committee needs to then decide, do they go to TITA and get into a special arrangement to literally do a nationwide a road show and workshops so that this constitution reaches the lowest of levels. And obviously that then will be your national provincial induction, starting first, rolling out throughout the country. So MENCO, this is our proposed roadmap. This is a wish list which is doable. But if we all pull together and use the resources that we have now, not everyone has a legal advisor on their team, but we have seen that because we've got the power of negotiation, nothing stops you to say, if we have a relationship with MTN. By the way, Chairman Mali, you forgot to tell everyone that I brokered that deal. I went there and spoke very good English, MTN, and they believed, Santaco is ready. Now when they're taking photos, they're not inviting me. But anyway, you know I was there. Thank you. And so what I'm saying is you can then go to your provider service. Western Cape is sorted. You've got your Pegasus, your racks, etc. So they'll be able to go through this process with you. But for those provinces like Northwest who don't have funding, go to some of your partners and say, dear partner, you look like you've got a legal division. Can you do pro bono? Not even a pro bono. Actually, we deserve that service. I know they were consuming from us. We demand that service. Please get your legal people to come and talk to us. Here's the constitution. Help us. We can do this using the resources and the power of negotiation that we have. Then we'll then see, President, if there's no province that cannot broker a deal, then we see what can be done. So I just want to pause here before then President takes the stage to say, from this roadmap, is there something we should be putting? Is there any other consideration that we should think about in between, or something that is going to be impossible in this roadmap? Chairman and SG, through you. Okay. Oh, I'm given the privilege to usher in the president of Santaco. Thank you. It's not every day it happens. Okay, so we just want this to say, press, see MENCO, if there's anything in these phases that they have an input to, or another way that we can approach this.
To MENCO members, any questions of clarity or any addition on what is presented to you? Commenting. Show of hand. Yes, Mali.
Thank you, Press. I think we support as Gauteng province. Let it be action so that we can get to where we want to reach. Thank you.
Okay, Gauteng. Any other province that supports Gauteng? Morosi? Oh, Tate Pumudi. Tate Pumudi gam. Yes, over to you.
Yes, Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Yes,
Free State I support the Maranekiri. mohlomongane re na le di-time frame e ne tla re sebeletsa haholo.
Okay,
But yona
timelines?
ke support-a ntho Gauteng MTN.
Okay.
Okay.
Ntate Mthimkhulu, do you want to say something? Okay. So, yeah, let's share the QR code, but I need to romela the timelines, ne?
Yeah.
I'll let you updated. Ntate,
Press Northwest, we are in support. Thanks.
thank you. Western Cape.
One, two. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, President, and all the leadership of Santaco from Western Cape. It is an honor and a privilege to be part of history. I mean, it's the first AGM ever, and we support it and we work together on behalf of the leadership to implement this in Western Cape. God bless this program.
Thank you. Where's the Northern Cape or Limpopo? If you're Limpopo, I'm talking more.
Thank you very much, President. As Limpopo, we support the move.
Okay. Thank you. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape. As the Northern Cape, we are fully support of this project.
Oh, thank you. Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga.
Yeah, ke la ka leo.
Thank you. Right. Thank you. Mixi.
Yes, in meter takes you are also supportive.
Thank you. It's on the record. Thank you. Crossbow.
Ke la rona leo.
Thank you. Santaco women.
Thank you, Chair of the Day. We are 100% in support because I've seen where we want to fit as women this care. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Action, action, action.
Oh, my provincial secretary said, I must say Santa women, not just women.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think there's timelines, Angel. Bakulumenge timelines to add. Yeah, okay, we'll be working on timelines so that when you get it, it's proper. Thank you so much. Let's come to closing address. I think time is not on our side. What is the time now? 4. First 3. Yeah. Okay, Menko leaders, the second deputy president, secretary general, TG, executive and NOB member, NEC members and Menko members. As we conclude this historic AGM, allow me to rise not only with gratitude but with clarity, because what we have achieved over the past 3 days is more than compliance. It is a shift in culture. You've presented, it was a free will, you were talking freely, so no intimidation, robust discussions and dialogue, which I appreciate, and I want you to give yourself a big round of applause for achieving that. This AGM was convened under a bold and visionary theme, which says driving unity, accelerating transformation towards an inclusive and thriving taxi industry. This theme, colleagues, is not an inspiration, it is an instruction. It's not just, we don't just display this, like it's an instruction for us to start working. It challenges us to move with purpose, not politics, with vision, not division. And above all, to understand that our transformation will only succeed if we are united, colleagues. Not in rhetoric, but in discipline, in leadership, and in governance, of course. It's very important. Governance is our foundation. Let me begin where all credible organizations must begin. All these organizations, they begin with governance. We are no longer a voluntary formation operating reporting, memory, and tradition. We are now a constitutional institution. We report, we table, we account. That is governance. And colleagues, we are no longer a voluntary formation on memory and tradition, as I've said. So, colleagues, let us be honest. This has not been done in over 20 years. Sometimes you look at why. So sometimes when you concentrate on the why, you might end up not doing it. So for the first time, someone was calling me, it's the first time. First time. First time prayer day, even if there were challenges. And I was saying to many of you that even God, when he appoints Moses, Moses said to God, I can't speak. And then he said, I want to send you and I want to show these people God. And the stick, Yaga Moses was turning into a snake. And other wizards, they came and they said, yes, that we can do it. And then now they became snakes. But the one, Yaga Moses was stronger. That's how God is powerful. And Ngifuna, don't look at me because I don't know the powers in me. He who put these powers to run this organization is beyond me. Because I want fight. So Santaco, re drive ke memory wa modimo, re drive ke memory wa motho. Lena le ka ba bona le bona dintho di etsala ka someone was telling me that sometimes praying, it said Zimbabwe was in trouble for more than 40 years. And then the Israelites, modimo khona ba ntse wa sa ntshe Zimbabwe mo bothateng bo. But it is a process. Even if some they believe that it's nice to be where we were before. So we need to move. That is a mentality. Obviously, in terms of governance, you'll come about across it, colleagues. So if we report not just to each other but to the nation that this industry is serious about accountability. Now I know there are different views among us. How things should have happened, what should have been included, what might have been left out, and I accept that, colleagues. But let me say, some of what we expect is not the current constitution, and this is precisely why we are here, so that we can map process. So the TV TV it's a process. For him to understand that doing this is wrong, must do that. So to us, why we are here is to review and amend this same constitution to make sure it's a process. We are not saying it's amended. It's a process until we come to a final document. Say now, so we must work. Because if we do what we are doing and leave it, it might stay for another 20 years. As Commission 3 said, we have been assisting the Constitution. This shows that we are an agile organization. What we have done in this, it's important, what we have done in the AGM, this record of our work, this reporting process is not my report. It is our report. When I was talking to my office and the staff, some they did not understand. Sometimes, SG will tell you, when I believe in something and I take to push back, I leave you, I do. It was a policy conference. There were pushbacks. Let me tell you now. It was never an easy one. But it happened. Because of you. It's not me. This AGM again, it is your report. Never slept. When Lena Sunday, Halikanama was busy with this book, with the team. And I said to them, we're not going to do a report. National. This is not me. I want this. Even if the report correct, this is what I want. And that's why that book comes to what you see now in front of me. And I'm happy University of Johannesburg said to me, this is one of the top he went through the report as an academic. He said, this is top notch. University. Thank you so much. And look, we will learn from each other, Secretary. We need to up the game that the provinces are not going, they must do their best. But when we come and report to them, we must up the standard. And I said to you, no, it's like the report, and I said, Secretary, no, it's not how it is. It is that this report, is not my report. Yeah, it is not your report. Right? Finance regulates. We agree. Maybe the way forward and it's not best that. So, what we have done, contributed provinces, and this is part of collective account. The procedure and the reporting, however, will be improved as we go forward. We will improve. So, there may be demands for more to be done first, and my response is this: it is coming. We are evolving, but we must evolve with discipline, not disorder, with structure, not shortcuts. I call our provocation speaker, Thomas Hadebe, who said, a good leader does not demand his expectations, he demonstrates them. And that's purely demonstration that I've done to you. Next choice I consulted this before. Thoroughly. I prepared them. I made my own ways. I keep to them. Not someone said, I'm a good listener, of course. I would listen even if it's tough. And be a leader. I've learned from the politicians. At certain points, you don't have to respond to some of the things. You must be quiet and lead. And my work is to lead. I don't have to be personal. I'm going to put step tomorrow. I'm personal. I'm working, making sure that and then thank you very much for that. That a good leader does not demand his expectation. You demonstrate them. That is my leadership style, colleagues. I demonstrate and I don't dictate. One thing for sure is that I move forward. Colleagues, let's move together. Only forward and backward never. He also reminded us that you cannot discipline someone you did not best disciple. Leadership is not just authority, it is a mentorship. It's collaboration, it is patience. And it is accountability, and above all, consistent learning. Must keep on learning. New things will come. I won't say because I'm the president, I know everything. No. Hold each other, others to a standard. Let us grow together in the right direction, colleagues. Constitutionally, structurally, and ethically. Governance code. A vision without governance is only a dream. A structure without compliance, liability. So, I don't want us to be a liability. This AGM has demonstrated that we are no longer guessing, we are playing, we are reporting. As difficult as I can be, we are monitoring. That the paper said to us in Limpopo, hey, it's a national, then this is now we up the game. Some might come back, some I don't know. What is your opinion? We will never encourage because we must do a secret ballot. They must also happen from the roots going up. When the root is deep, no need to fear the wind. So there's no need. Start there to bring constructive leadership. Constructive leadership does not just I know make sure that association national. So it must be a chain coming down, going up. Obviously, so we demonstrated that we now mean business. On leadership, I want to say to you, be accountable. Don't be emotional, colleagues. Too often we have seen a pattern in our structures when things go wrong. The instinct is to blame national, blame province, blame everyone, but we blame ourselves. So we need to understand that when you blame me, believe that when you are pointing one finger to me, the three are pointing at you. So it's not longer it's an issue. When you point in the so three says, look, go to the mirror. So, but let me speak plainly, colleagues. Leadership is not about being in charge, it is about taking care of those in your charge. I quote from Simon Sinek. A leader blames us for their failure. You are not leading. A leader who does not reflect on his or her own failures is not leading. In this AGM, you have shown me that we need to work hard to improve our financial policies internally and to report accordingly. And it has never happened. So we are going to stick as we are going to amend the constitution, but there are certain areas that need to close the gap in terms of our reporting, because constitutionally we need to report every quarter in our finances. So we need to do that. We'll have to show you that. It's not a secret because it's a grant. So nothing wrong for us. And I was saying to some and saying, there are structures, that preparing, or, when you'll call a structure finance, and you sit down and talk to people who will want to hide what is going wrong, and you never get the report. So we blank. So we need to bring it to you. So this structure is not about bringing new issues. Issues there before, then we are bringing them together to report to you. Then going forward, obviously, it's consultation, new issues. And you've seen that consultation has shown us that we are no longer addressing our problems, react to our problems from our province. So we need, Secretary, a meeting of the NEC. We need to get reports from provinces and stop dictating to them what we want. They must tell us what we must do to assist them. Last Friday, I came from the Western Cape, and thanks Western Cape for us to come and say, come, President, this is the challenge that is coming. And so, because we need to obviously work with provinces, and we're working on the issue as of next week. Let us stop weaponizing gossip, misinformation, and hatred. Guys, gossip kills character. Gossip kills. But more dangerous, it kills, and possibly it kills us. If we can state because of gossip in our industry, you'll be shocked. Repulari. Oh, it's one issue. If you have a problem, I would rather talk to you and say, my brother Manai, can we talk about it? Yesterday I was talking to there was a complaint. Yeah, the Secretary of Northwest. I said, Chief, what is your problem? I said, no. And feelings what is your problem? Because now but because of misunderstanding, you are challenged by your wife, then you want to move out to travel. That's why so it's important that we need to lead and lead accordingly. Let us grow up. None of us is perfect. Let us be perfect in our imperfection. Colleagues, leaders does not hide behind complaints. They stand in front of problems and say, the solution starts with me. And I want all, we must own up this solution. And we must now declare the days of internal sabotage are over. From here forward, colleagues, we lead with integrity or we don't lead at all. So, price of greatness is responsibility. Every person who holds office in Santaco must carry this truth. Lastly, I put Thomas Hardy again. A good leader is not an emotional thinker, but he or she is a strategic thinker with emotions. Unity is the engine of transformation, colleagues. The theme reminds us that transformation cannot happen without unity. And I say to you today, unity is not a preference, it is a principle. It is non-negotiable. You cannot negotiate unity. You just do it. We cannot speak of growth while we fight each other. We cannot demand inclusion while we exclude our own. We cannot call for dignity while we practice disrespect in our own. Tim Cooler, yeah. Oh, so ya ke basadi go re ka modimo ke tlo bona ntako la tile mosadi ya ka monna a nya ke basadi ba bang. I like that because now it shows maturity that we are going. And I think we cannot just talk about this thing and fight and keep on. From this AGM forward, colleagues, and I've said before, it's for provinces because sometimes yes, like you can say, women inclusion. I we have to work on this inclusion story so that people can understand. And that's what I said in my opening remarks that you have 5 provinces, and when you stand up, voice choir said, it's one thing that we can do. It's either +1 to make 5, or you change it to 5+1. I get I get 4, 5. I get 4+1, meaning 1. I get, or le 5 now le eta 1 yam. Is that clear? 5+1. I be 5+1 kappa. I be 5 minus 1 plus 1. Again. Because we have to start doing it. If really 13 structures, we must have 13 women. Ngasere ba be 5. Hello province tla re romela to our bonus. One point something, the 30% becomes 1 point, which to the nearest 10 it will give you 2. But we are saying still of it to and try and assist. So that another tabela is do ba re pucha camera pucha right to react. Every face rekwatile. Rekwatisa go got a problem to include women in our structures, colleagues. From all provinces, my humble request is that going forward, our MENCO or our and secretary, I know constitutional someone might challenge, but I still say women are not represented. Even the constitution is quiet about them. Am I clear on that one? So we need to balance this thing as of now. We are saying from this, we declare zero tolerance to violence for violence, colleagues. Zero tolerance for factional sabotage. Zero tolerance for internal divisions dressed up as a provincial pride. So, if we destroy each other, we delay our destiny, colleagues. Progress we must acknowledge. Comrades, in the past 3 days, we have made real, irreversible progress. We adopted the Secretary's General Report, and we were very robust in terms of that. Our work, there must be transparency. Audited financial statement, you raised it that we put aside the audited financial statement 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024, and a special general meeting must be held on or before the 31st of August for that particular agenda item in finance. It must be before 31st August 2025. And we launch a comprehensive policy framework capturing transformation, professionalization, and inclusion. We have constitutional amendment roadmap with submission due from the provinces by the 31st of July 2025 and a special conference in October. We therefore propose the following resolutions to the member. Before I come to that, in terms, because I still remember when there was our own quote, a particular leader said, Mara, the president of the P, Argolo Tamanga guy. Right. Ha o bolele nnete. Heba. Mara ka speed se seng sa tloka sa re no. Go ne bothata. Ma ke bolele nnete. President, kana motho mong ke sa go bolela ke nna ke ntate mape a re go loka kudu ke sebe. La gopola. In one AGM sa go loka kudu ke sebe. Alright, ke feta ke re no. Ke o tshwara o ya ka tshwara. Mercedes-Benz ne batla koloi fela. Luckily next time office. Ne nyaka koloi ra patela pila. So ne batla ra mo ha koloi. Okay, se simple. Ona mo medisi. O tsamaile. Le o mo le ra le bona se simple. Re tsa ka letso re fo mo ntsi order you because it was already a warrant. And a warrant is simple. They don't negotiate. They come and implement. But Mercedes ba reverse that warrant. We still have the car. Pero sa ka tawa ka ra ele pero ka ra is ile ka pirin ko sa maka motor maka ya hao. We tried our level best obviously through the assistance of Mercedes-Benz finance. Ke ro ke fiti so e be clear because ba ban se tele tshwere ntebeletse. Le re nya go bona. Nya go bona. Ha bo like ke tsotsi mothako. Tere ke le botseng for le mputsisa. So we now live here with these three task colleagues. Let us protect unity as a non-negotiable tool of transformation. Let us lead with maturity and responsibility. Number two. Number three, let's complete the roadmap we have adopted today together. You don't build the future by standing still. You build it by stepping forward with courage, and with community. So, colleagues, let us return to our provinces, knowing that this AGM was not a tick box, it was a point. Let us move forward, knowing that we are not where we were, we are compliant, we are constitutional, we are committed. Let us drive unity, let us accelerate the transformation, and let us build the thriving, inclusive taxi industry this country deserves. We are now going to sign a declaration, colleagues, leadership, to be read out by the legal advisor in my office, and that we will and sign it today now. Province by province, so that we live here in one voice and in unity. That's why I was pointing you one by one. Say, yeah, no support. So your support will be followed by your witnesses, province by province. You are going to sign it, I think, and we are going to frame it and do copies sent to your offices in respective provinces. So here, name, your province, and name. Sure that we are serious, we mean business. So we are able to hold each other accountable, but we signed this thing together. So because we are saying, let us become united. Colleagues, for your hard work, I thank you. Ke le lebogile, ke betafatse ka letolo. Ke a le tlhompa. Long live United Industry, long live. Long live Santaco, long live. Forward with transformation, forward. I want to tell you one story. When I say to you, Amandla, say Hara, Amandla. Get Amandla. Lena Lering. Nyampel. From here, Amandla wait away. Take the baiting. So Amandla, await. Viva Santaco. Viva it means long live. Okay? So Santaco will live forever. And we are going to make sure that after Galadina, there are some of the things that are going to happen at the Galadina. It's not all about Dina is Dina, but there's nothing fancy about Dina. But we are saying, there was a conflict somewhere and say, go Dina, mix anang. Selana province by province, how ding into mix anang. Kenalo Katia Gabo Mali Libo, Tim Kulukam Kole Guerana, Lebu Poku, I like it because that is exercise le khona feel at le tla le bolelang wa bolela mo abaka se utlwe hampe because we are used, you know each other. So as we are going for gala dinner, I'll be seeing you there tomorrow. Okay, Secretariat and Governance. Okay, we need to come to this one. We've adopted the Secretary General's report, approved roadmap for constitutional amendment, and then we mandate Menko to consolidate constitutional and policy inputs. Madam Seta in terms of either it's a virtual or we move. But the second deputy that the professor drive and the drive, unfortunately, go cool like Western Cape. You get into your office, you screen it, we can talk so that we engage robustly. So that we can move and save time. So institutionalize commission outcomes into amendment process because we need to work on them. Come call submitting, they have to consolidate in one form, one strong document in terms of your submission. So we have to move for to adopt this Secretariat and Governance. Okay, there are 5. Can we adopt that one? That the Mtumkulu you propose. Thank you. Seconded. Let's go to the next one. Finance and Administration hold special general meeting to adopt 2022-23, 23-24 financial statement, appoint independent external auditor for 2025-2026, approve budget for constitutional and policy rollout. Again, same process. Siba. Thank you. Seconder. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's get to the next one. Constitution and policy feedback. Submit provincial comments on constitution by the 31st of July. Submit provincial comments on policy framework by 31st July 2025. Same process. This time. Mama Nana. Thank you. Seconder. Seconder. Thank you. Thank you. And identity, structure, and leadership. Submit comments on revised logo, corporate identity by 30 June 2025. I think le mutwile le motho mantswana ke nana ba tla ba le launcheta website ya rena le tla bona dio tse pila di etsagala. So but I like it because ona le dio tse ding le rena ne re sa di bone gore flag na le bo white ne re sa bone. Affirm inclusion of meter taxi scholar, cross-border and cross-border operators into the constitution, and 30% women representation at least 4+1 Menko representation, which I've said. So can then we move on that one as well? It's the same thing. If Linyaka will change that to 5+1 or 4+1, tell me now. Mama, you move. Or you propose 5+1. Mundade, you second it. 5+1. So it means 4+1 will be 1. So we're moving now to 6 now. Do you agree? Right. Can we then he proposed then seconder because necessary seconder. Who's the seconder too? Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, seconded. Discussions and inputs. Are there any other resolutions to be taken? Members, any other? Piero? Piero? Mopil, my game. Piero? But I see it.
I don't know if it is a resolution, but it's a relation to our constitution and how we define who a member is. There's something that says we are a voluntary association. You are a member by voluntary association. Now, I see a contradiction when you join Santaco voluntarily, and yet Santaco is supposed to be the apex. So I don't know whether that requires a resolution or what, but that is something that I believe is critical for our constitution. also in relation to the legislation as well, because it must be a requirement for operators to affiliate to Santaco, not be voluntary if we are an apex.
Thank you very much. Any noted?
If I may, if I'm allowed, thank you, President. So after Kulu mentioned, I went to the NLTA. I think it's section 55 and 57. It says that any person, which means any South African with the right to, can actually go to the PRI and apply for an operating license. So it does not say that you have to be part of an association. However, the practice on the ground that we know is that you cannot obtain an operating license at PRI without a letter from the association. So what we've been seeing is that the practices, the PRI vis-a-vis the legislation is not the same. So what it means is that there's a gap in law. And this is where we come in to advocate and rewrite to say there is something legislatively that is not aligned. So the reason why they did that is so that we do not conflict. So you can imagine if I'm an operator, I go to PRI, where am I going to start operating? I'll have a route that says Maraba start Randburg, Nyangen, because the law allows me. But we know that on the ground, that is impossible. So we are dealing with we call it a lacuna in law, where practice vis-a-vis the law are not coming together. But we know that the practice that you cannot operate if you're not part of they call it, the NLTA says it's a local taxi association. Thank you, Pres.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Siba abancedi lapha sibo ngizabe ngithi ngoba ngizosebenza la bathi ithi ngizothini ngizenza njani ithi ngize ngisababoni labantu bayasinceda bazikero tso akithi ikela renkar batho ba emisa mo le ke bona o sana maheki mo le ka itse la pilar tse tsenga pilar khono tswalla ne.
Yes, we have to close.
Ngifuna ukufundela yona. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Pastor. I think what also needed to be incorporated, even though as part of implementation.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm happy that the majority of the provinces are here today. We've got a serious challenge. Maybe it's an operational challenges whereby our minibuses are impounded by the patrols, of which we need to take a consolidated collective decision to be responsible for any vehicle that will be illegally impounded as a result of umzila, unknown umzila, noma umzila wasebukhosini. So we need to take a collective approach, maybe and committing ourselves ukuthi no vehicle will be blocked. Epina we MP abayizo wonke lama province bafuna net to MP. Angazo MP maplasini or whatsoever. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Madam. Yeah, I think you are right, Babu Swanyo. And this thing we need to enforce ukuthi ekugcineni ingasicabanisi ukuthi abantu bamoshe ngegama lethu. Madam, have you taken that? Do you want to respond on what he said? No. So it's a position. Thank you very much for bringing it up. Ngoba ama pirate squad fanele sidile ngawo one way or the other. So you need to be responsible. Once Santaco iqala ukuluma sizoluma leyo association yalabantu laba beyikwadi ukuthi who sends them to do so cruel activities on our members. We cannot keep quiet and keep on moving as if all is normal whilst things are not running in our favor. So allow me to, if we are done, Secretariat and Governance have done it. I'm deal on this one. Thank you. So let me read something, then they are going to call you as we go out province by province to come and sign. And this is what you are going to sign. I'm going to read it loud so that you know exactly why. Declaration of Commitment to Implement 2025 AGM Resolutions. Santaco National Management Council, MENCO, date 28 May 2025, venue Santaco National AGM, Beachwood Hotel, and OR Tambo Conference Center. We, the undesigned members of the Santaco National Management Council, gathered at the inaugural Santaco National Annual General Meeting AGM, hereby declare our full commitment to 1. Uphold the Constitution of Santaco as the supreme guiding instrument of our organization and ensure all decisions, actions, and programs align with its provisions. Implement the resolution of number 2, implement the resolution of the 2025 AGM as adopted on 28 May, which is today, act in the best interest of unity, transformation, and good governance, and to reject any form of division, violence, or conduct that undermines the credibility and mandate of Santaco. Number 4, support the discipline, inclusive, and transparent leadership practices at all levels, ensure that every MENCO member leads by example in word, conduct, and decision making. Number 5, work collaboratively across provincial and national structures to ensure that the resolution of this AGM are not symbolic, but are translated into measurable and time-bound implementation. We declare this commitment in good faith, in service to the industry, and in honor of the hundreds and thousands of members, employees, and committers who depend on a strong, united, and forward-moving Santaco. Signed at Beachwood, Boxburg, on the 28th of May, 2025. So, OM, Madam, as we are now getting to the closing, they will be calling provinces. You'll come, they will sit there, you'll sign. Myself and Tate Spanyoni will sign as well. So, allow me, because he's been here, I don't know, Babu Spanyon, can you come and give vote of thanks? Then you're fine, because I know that you've, yeah. So, on that note, that day, I don't know who's the pastor who's going to come. We are closing for this session of the AGM. The AGM is adjourned, and later on it's a gala dinner. I think they will give you OM. Okay, OM. And then, okay, tomorrow, Toyota Banali Serengeti. In fact, they've got the golf course over there. So, by I'm not a golfer, so go 9 holes, still some business partners tomorrow, go Serengeti. So, but what we are going to do is that those that are coming from far, the few that are coming, Serengeti to play 9 holes from 9 o'clock until Gabuma lunch. So the golf day is fully sponsored by Toyota South Africa. So they will be bringing 4 balls. Some of the players golf in the industry, they will be joining us. So will be, but Arto holder, when you wake up in the morning, I think you'll be having your breakfast, and from there you dispatch to your Santaco. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you so much. I've got 2 pastors here. Oh, pastor. So, announcement.
Okay. The first announcement, I think it's just to finalize the declarations. So there's a document there that provinces are requested to just to come and sign as commitment to all the resolutions that were taken in the AGM. So I think President is signing. I think I'll call all the provinces. Robert, the Chairperson and Secretary. Okay, SG, I need your assistance with regards to this. So we need all the provinces to come and to go and sign the leadership.
Yes.
So they'll come and sign.
Thank you so much. We'll call provincial leadership to come and sign, but we allow the president and the deputy to sign first. Then we'll call provincial leadership to come to the fourth to sign.
NEC members, NEC, I will arrive in 2 seconds. NEC members, please.
Okay, leadership, the president is informing me that this document needs to be signed by all delegates. All delegates. Is it? All delegates, president says all delegates must sign. Okay, so we are going to allow the pastors to round off this session close so that when we come forth and sign, we can leave immediately. Right. Please. Okay, thank you so much. I think that's done. Okay. Yeah, we must give them to close.
Okay. Okay. So before the pastors close for us, pray for us. The gala dinner is going to start at 6. So between 5 and 6 is welcoming drinks and a bit of networking and welcoming of guests. And then at 6 o'clock, the gala dinner starts. So the gala dinner, Eko Pumolong, there's a venue called Pumolong. When you get out of the reception, it's on the other side of the parking lot on the other side. Rona, we are on this north or west. It's on the other side, but we'll find a way of directing you to where it is. But it starts at 6, between 5 and 6, it's welcoming drinks, welcoming of guests. 6, we start. Yeah, I think that was my announcement. Thank you, leadership.
No, Siyabonga. Thank you, President. I'll be praying in Zulu, then he'll be translating to Afrikaans.
Yeah.
I'm joking, he'll be praying. I'm just supporting.
Let's pray in tongues. You know, praying in tongues. Thank you for this again, rewriting the history of Santaco, my president and first deputy, and all the other leaders that is here. You are great. Can you turn to your neighbor and tell him or you are great? Don't tell them because I ask you. You have to look him in the eye and say, you are great. You are great. Yes. Now, before we pray leadership, it is important to support our own leadership. Vrystaat. Leadership, it is, listen, this is important. Leaders are readers and history makers. So we are part of the history, but we need to have information and motivation. So we have, I actually want to say Dr. Thomas. Can you stand, Dr. Thomas? I declare a prophetic word over you. You are indeed a doctor, the son of the soil of Africa, South Africa. So I really want to ask you to support our doctor. So he's not paid to be here, Vrystaat. He is here he's here because he wants to be here. So we really ask you to support him. It is 50 rand, ons eet hom op langs die pad. But this is knowledge in a booklet. So may we all stand as we're going to pray today and ask God to continue to bless us with wisdom. Because it's only God who brought us this far. Amen? Can I get the amen in the house? So kan ons so hande vat because the person next to you are a miracle in itself. The fact that you are standing next to a miracle, it is important to acknowledge the miracle. Members, can we just Assistant Secretary? Can I ask Freistadt? Yeah, it is good to speak to God when there's nothing in your mouth. Thank you. Let's bow our heads in prayer. Father God, you are our Father. You have teach us to pray as we pray even in school that years. You say, our Father, which art in heaven. And Father, we recognize that you have include all of us in that prayer. That's why we start by saying our Father. And today, Father, we look to you who brought us this far. You have handpicked all of us in different provinces, not because we are smart, not because we are all that, but because you have created us before the foundation of the earth. And Father, you have trained us, molded us, break us, and built us. You have built our characters, you have built our personalities, our strength and our weaknesses. You are all aware of it, but yet you choose us, Lord, to be part of the historical rewriting history of Santaco. And that's why we acknowledge our positions and our calling and our passion, our experience, our knowledge, and we will work it in to elevate Santaco and preparing Santaco for our children, Lord. This business is indeed given to us by your grace. And therefore, we just want to thank you, Lord. We just want to honor you, Holy Spirit, for protecting us, for keeping us alive to rewrite this history. Thank you for our President, Epne Chebe. His name means light in the darkness. And thank you, Father, for using him and his leadership to bring light, to bring hope, to bring a better future in this industry. We dedicate the leadership under him and all those operators of us. We dedicate them all into your hands today. And we thank you for this gracious, great opportunity that we are alive and well. And Father, we also want to stand still in the moment and we recognize those before us, the presidents before us, the leadership before us, and even our brothers before us. We have laid a foundation, Father God, with the sweat and the sacrifice and even with the blood. And today we recognize that, Father, we want to build on what they have laid for us to build on. Help us, give us strength, Father. And I declare and decree according to your word, Father God, in Psalms 133. Where your word is clear, where there is unity, irrespective of difference, irrespective of challenges, leaders in maturity, we also have to come back to unity. Help us to build in unity because your word says, where there is unity amongst brothers and sisters, you command your blessing. We need, Father God, to stay in unity. Help us to stay in unity as we will lead by example, and we will indeed be like a tree planted, Father, by the waterside, and indeed give fruit not only to our children, but to our communities, our country, and to nations that will come to our soil. Let us be, Father God, the apex, as we declared and decreed in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, and all God's children say amen.